What up? What up? What up? We are live on a Sunday. Chilling. Office hours is open. I wish I had a hotline. I'll tell y'all guys to call in. Mine is Slim. I see you, my brother. Real DJ Flight. How was the wedding? You back in North Carolina? Shout out to everybody tuning in on Twitch and on YouTube. We are broadcasting live on YouTube and Twitch. Sunday, 11:09 West Coast time and Mountain time here in Arizona. 2 o'clock, just another 2 o'clock on the East Coast. Cool, cool, cool. How was the drive? Do you take your equipment? Equipment. 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 Cool. And look too, man, let everybody know, even though we live, this video right here, if you're watching this, it's probably about a 15-20 second delay from whenever you are seeing this. But whenever I type in the chat, that is pretty much quicker. So pretty much like Baltimore drive in, just in him, my lady and her uncle get married. Okay, okay, so it was a family wedding then. Yeah. Cool, cool, cool. Was there any issues? Was it a full wedding or just reception only, or was it ceremony and reception? There he is. What's up, DJ Tremendous? What's up, big dog? Tremendous, did you see that I answered your questions on the episode? Actually, episode 2 and 3. No, 1. I think 1 and 2, you had both your questions answered. Well, actually all your questions answered. Did you see those? If y'all don't know, man, episode 1, 2, and 3 is out for the podcast. Let me put the link in the chat for y'all. Link in the chat for the podcast. Just so y'all know, this right here is the podcast right here. So you got 3 episodes right there. And then if you are a channel member, 4th episode is already waiting for you. All right, so this way you know. Go ahead and put that in the chat right now. That's the episode link. And also too, if y'all don't know, we have, this is the official site for the podcast. Boom, right there. This is a site where you can go to answer your, you can submit your questions. You can also watch the actual podcast on the website. And you can listen to the podcast also. We haven't did the Spotify and Apple Music, Apple Podcasts yet. We haven't did that yet. But that's the episodes right there. My guy Bugs checking in. What up, Bugs? Coming in from West Canson. Bugs. Bugs, when are you coming back to Florida? When you driving back? There it is. So yeah, I'm putting all the episodes here on the website. So what I'm building right here, so that way y'all know. So this is the official site for the podcast. We got all the episodes. You can watch them here from YouTube, or you can listen directly on the podcast right here. We also too, if you want to work with me, I have a tab for that. So pretty much I'm building the website as being like a one-stop shop for the podcast, and also too, to, you know, for if you're serious about building your business, this is the ecosystem that I'm building. On the website we got all the teaching or education options. We got the if you want to listen to the podcast, coaching, pretty much everything is a one-stop shop there. Coaching. We got the we are launching my new membership. All right, new membership right there for the mentorship. So and this right here is the application only, so you can click right here to apply. All the information is right here. So this is what I'm building this on the website to make sure this is like a one-stop shop for all that, so that way you guys are in the know So as I'm talking about all this, like you guys, you got this in check. All right. Book says genius. Man, you already know how I get down, bro. Like everything is intentional. And I'm doing this so that way whenever people, DJs in general, whenever you are listening to this podcast, whenever you're listening to my content, you are seeing the blueprint, what I'm putting down, business minded. That's what I'm, but DJ, pretty much we're bringing DJ and business all together. Um, Whenever I had the idea of a podcast, I said, you know what, let me do this right. First, okay, I got an idea of the podcast, and then what you're going to do. All right. Get all the handles, Instagram handle, the YouTube handle, the website, get all that locked down because you don't know what you're going to do moving forward. And then once I had that locked down, go to the website, got the website for the podcast, all right, which is right here. And then we just started building everything. All right. Yeah, putting everything in motion. So that way, whenever it is officially launched, yes, everything is on YouTube. But let's say, for example, if I wanted to be bigger than YouTube, because YouTube is only going to, promote me a certain way, but I build a website so that way the website can, I guess, be like a hub for all things. The website is something that I 100% own. I don't own YouTube. YouTube is a good platform for growth, but when I own the website, I have that. So if YouTube goes crazy or want to demonetize me or want to ban me for whatever reason, lay me off, so to speak, like ESPN, I have my own thing. I still have the website. On the website, if you want to be notified whenever new episodes come out, all right, you can go down here at the bottom and sign up to the newsletter. All right, there it is, Bay Area, just popping in. How we doing? How we doing? On Twitch. But yeah, man, that's what it is in a nutshell. Just trying to show you guys the blueprint or like what I'm doing so that way you can mimic this. Just want to show and just because a lot of people don't know a lot of things about DJing, about the business side of DJing. A lot of DJs, they're doing it wrong or they don't know. You don't know what you don't know. So since I have a lot of experience in that, and a lot of my experience come from in the Air Force. I was a recruiter in the Air Force, and they taught me how to run a business because Air Force is a business. They trained me, gave me a laptop, gave me a car, gave me a phone, gave me an office, and said, all right, build a business, bring us people. And all my marketing, all that is from the Air Force. The Air Force trained me. I used that training. And now, since I'm retired from the Air Force, I'm taking that knowledge and now I'm putting it into what you guys see now. This is why everything looks so official. This is everything. There it is, man. There it is. So we're live today, man. Not sure how long I'm going to be on here. Hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. I ain't got nothing going on today. So if you guys got questions, I'm here. Pick my brain. I'm here. Whatever you want to know, call this office hours, man. Office hours. Step into my office. This is my office right here. This is the office. This is the foxhole. I'm sitting down at my desk. Got y'all guys in front of me. Got the whole world in front of me via the internet. And yeah, man, this is the office hour. So if you guys got questions, just hit me up. That's what we're gonna do today, man. That is what we're gonna do. No agenda. I got my some snacks here. Got these Kirkland joints. I'm not sure if you guys know about these joints right here. These little Kirkland mini muffin bites. You already know. All right. Then we got a little Kirkland. Oh yeah, we often shop at Costco if you don't know. Got the soft and chewy granola bars right there. Got a apple, the Honey Crisp, the super sweet joints. Got some vino, some Merlot. Gonna be sipping on that. And we got the H2O. There it is, right there. So that's what we chilling, man. All right. So first question is from DJ Tremendous, big time supporter of the channel. I've been trying to start doing gig logs. How do you decide what shots or clips to get? I keep forgetting to hit record often, shaking my head. I use the Osmo Pocket 3 as well. So super easy, man. So because you have the Osmo Pocket 3, which is, this is the camera right here, what I'm using right now. So this is the Osmo Pocket 3. One thing I like about the Osmo Pocket 3 is you can pretty much set it up anywhere. I got a couple clamps. What I'll show you guys, my clamps that I use. And this right here is probably going to be tremendous, which you going to want to adapt or adopt into your system. This right here is what makes it easy. All right. So this right here is the clip. So this right here is what I attach on the end of the Osmo Pocket 3. I screw this on. All right. And this right here is from the Insta360. So if you have an Insta360, this right here is the selfie stick. All right. And on the bottom of this is the Ulanzi clip. All right. So this clip, it moves all types of ways. And normally what I do is, excuse me, I'll put this on a mic stand. And then with this, I'll put this on the top. And then pretty much put the Osmo on top of this. And then that's pretty much the hardest part. All right. The hardest part is just setting it up. Once you set it up, then everything is pretty much easy. You hit record. You're trying to find out like what shots to get. It really depends on what are you trying to show to people. You can look at my gig logs as a blueprint. Look at how I'm shooting. Whenever I'm recording for you guys, my biggest thing is trying to show you guys exactly what I'm doing, whether if it's loading in or setting up. I try to think, okay, where can I position this Osmo so that way the viewers, you can see what I'm doing. And that's pretty much it. Tremendous. So first thing you got to do, you have the Osmo Pocket 3, you have that already. If you don't have this already, Ulanzi clip and get the Insta360. All right. Selfie stick. You got a mic stand. I know you already, because you're a DJ, so you're gonna have that. And that's it. And with this little clip right here, you can pretty much put this on anything. All right. And then, man, let's hit record. I mean, if you have this out, you're not going to forget to hit record because you're going to be thinking about this the whole time. So bring this out and let's hit record, man. Another thing that's good about the Osmo Pocket 3 is that it has this tracking feature where you can double click the screen and now I can move around. So say, for example, if I wanted to stand up, right? I got my desk right here, so I can move around. Kind of move everything around like this. So while you're doing stuff, all right. So while you're doing stuff, like putting up your equipment or whatever you're doing, like, so you get to the venue, right? You get to the venue and then you're like, all right, this is what I'm gonna set up right here. So if I was setting up right here, all right, this is like my DJ equipment. I'll set the Osmo Pocket 3. I'll put it on tracking. So if I'm going to be moving all around the place, I put it on tracking, and I just start like, setting up everything. Boom, 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 setting it up. I go over here, pick this up, boom, bring it over here, boom, setting up my stuff, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? So this makes it a little bit easier because it kind of feels like that you have somebody with you, but you don't. You just have this the camera, and it gives like a different dynamic of like, you know, what you're doing. All right. Or, but sometimes too, whenever you're using this tracking mode, the subject may get lost, which is easy. So if you do find that out, you can either have the app, you can control it. You have the DJI app, you can kind of frame what you're doing. But if you don't want to, you know, if you just want a static shot, you just tap the screen, boom, and now it's gonna be locked where I'm gonna be at. So now I'm looking at it, making sure, okay, I'm still in frame and I can still do my stuff. You know, come over here. You may lose me, whatever. But if I sit down, whatever, you may lose me, you know. But that's just, I'm just trying to give you an idea of how to use the Pocket 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, you already have it. Like I said, get the Ulanzi, get the Insta360 selfie stick, and then yeah, man, just hit record. That's really it. And then as far as shots, like I said, you just trying to, okay, what are you trying to show? And if you don't know what to show, just do the same shots that I do. That's pretty much it. Um, show people you setting up, show people you know, loading in, loading out, you know, just show people this, just duplicate what I do. You know, if you're DJing, put it behind you, let it come up, you know, showing what you're doing, showing the crowd. That's really it, man. One angle will be from your truck, you loading out on your car, loading, boom. All right. And then if you got if you got like like a truck or something, like a dolly, use this clip, put it on a dolly, boom. Now you're rolling from the truck or your car to the venue. All right. Then whenever you get to the venue, unclip it, put it on your mic stand. I mean, it's still recording. You know, you only have to stop recording because on the back end, whenever you're done, you can chop everything up and cut out everything. You don't need to worry about stopping on this. Let it record. You know, I got like a 512 SD stick, you know, so that can record up to like, you know, like 6, 12 hours. No, like about like 6 hours. Actually, 12 hours and 35 minutes. I got one in there now. So it can record at 12 hours, 35 minutes, 4K, 4K 60 or 4K 30. I think it's 4K 30. And that's it, man. Just record, you know. That's it. So I know there's a long-winded answer, but that's pretty much what it is. So tremendous. Um, you're doing gig logs. If you're trying to figure out what shots, just record everything, you know, or just look at my gig logs as a blueprint and duplicate that. So I hope that helps. I mean, you got the Osmo Pocket 3, so you can do the same exact quality that I'm doing. So you have everything. You have everything. Only thing you got to do is just hit record, and that's it. One thing, just hit record. And everything else on the back end, you can just edit all that out. Ah man, I didn't get that. No, just edit all that out. And then, you know, I do my voiceovers, and that's pretty much it, man. Cool. All right. Mind of Slim says, when streaming, would you recommend a ring light or key lights? So I would recommend getting a key light. All right. So let me show you what my key lights look like. So that way you can understand why I'm telling you that. All right. So this is my key lights right here. I'm not sure if you can see it or not, but bring this down. So pretty much I got two key lights. All right. So I have a key light here. All right. And then I have a key light here. So really all you need is one key light. And then really all you need to do is put one key light, put it like 45 degrees, like off, not right here in front of you. You want to kind of like off to the side. So that way it'll cast a shadow. That's really all you need. And then if you want to get like if you already have a ring light, you could put another light, put it right here. And this is the second light that you see me pointing at, this right here, the one that's in front. And that right there is a little bit dimmer than this one because this right here just to fill in. So now I'm gonna show you uh what this light looks like off, so that way you can see the difference. So if I take okay, that's that one. So this one. So this right here. So I just turned the one in front of me off. So the only one that's on is the one off to the right. All right. So this, I mean, this is good. I mean, this is, but the thing is with this one is, you see how like on my face there's like a shadow on the left side, like it's real like dark. All right. So this is, if you do one, this is kind of like, you know, what you're gonna get. All right. But that's why I have the second one, so that way I'm gonna turn it on, and you see how it just brightens up the left side of my face a little bit. All right, this side of my face, it brightens up. So, so whenever you're streaming, at least have one light, boom, right there, and then have another light, depending on what you're doing. Now, if you are streaming like doing your DJ sets, all right. So if you look back here in the back, all right, and I'm gonna stand up for this so that way you can see this one right here. So you see this light right here. So this light right here is my ring light that I have whenever I'm DJing. So look at how this is going to be set up. All right. So this right here, I have two lights here. I have a light there whenever I'm in this space here. All right. So now, say for example, if I wanted to go over here. All right. So whenever I go on this side over here, all right. So I have, let's see if I can move my, this on this side over here. All right. Cool. All right. So now I have, so this is me on the side where I'm DJing at. All right. And this camera, I don't have it really set because I did some moving around. So it's not the framing is off, but don't worry about the framing, just worry about, you know, the lighting. All right. I have a light right here, so it's probably why it's probably casting a little bit red. But I do have a ring light right here. The same ring light that you saw on this camera right here in the back, this ring light right here. Now I'm going to show you with this. I'm going to position. So I'm going to show you how to do this with a ring light. All right. And also too, check this light out right here. All right. I had this. All right. And then I have another one from up here at the top. All right. The same light right here. This is from the top. All right. I'm gonna show you what these are. All right. This right here is light. I'm going to show you this. All right. So whenever I come on this side over here, like over here. So first, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to adjust my ring light. And once again, I'm showing you this so that way you can understand with the ring light how to set it up for a ring light. If you don't have the the LED key lights, you can still do the same, get the same effect with the ring lights. All right. So if I wanted to switch from, if you do get a ring light, make sure you get one that's like that you can adjust the adjust the the warmness. All right. If I do something like this. All right. So like I said, the framing is off. All right. But anyway, it will be something to this effect. So now I got three lights on me. I got a ring light right here. I got this light right here is mostly like on my face. And then I have this light right here. So that way is lighting up the decks because I have a top down view. But also too, if I didn't have a top down view, let me see if I have the top down view on here. The top down view, top down. All right, top down view. Yeah. All right, hold on. All right, so I ain't got the top down view. It's not on. Anyway, go back here. So do it again. So this is what the setup will look like, and this is with ring lights. So we got one ring light here, we got one of these little portable joints here, and we got another portable joints here, and boom, you can do your mix, boom, do your stuff, you know, talk on the mic, blah blah blah. So the camera's here, but also too, I have a screen on this side. All right, so now I can see the chat. You know, this is how this is set up. All right, and I'm gonna give you another view of what this would look like on this side here. So yeah, so I got this here. I got really can't see that. But I have a ring light there. I have the monitor here. I have the camera here, so I can, kind of DJ and kind of keep my eye contact on the actual people. If you want to do something live, if you're going to do something Twitch. So if I was going Twitch, this would be my setup, because on Twitch, you want to make sure that um, you are interacting with your crowd. So wherever you are set up, you want to make sure that you have a screen so that way you can see the chat. If I have my laptop will be right here. Boom, got laptop. We'll put the laptop right here, so that way you can kind of go back and forth. People can see what you're doing. You're doing all that. So that is a setup. If you're streaming, that is what you can do either with the ring light, or you can do it with just the key light. So two different ways that you can do that. I'm gonna reset everything. Boom, 25 there. Bring that down. That's that. Cool. Bring this over here. I know this setup is pretty I want to say advanced, but I put a lot of work in this, and the reason why I put a lot of work in it, because I didn't want nothing to kind of like hold me back. Like if I wanted to stream or something like that, I just wanted to just get up and go. You know what I'm saying? I just want to turn the computer on, hit go live, and then go. So this is why this stuff is, it's set up like this. But it's a good explanation, so that way if you are trying to do something like this, you know what to do. Okay, I got a green light, got a key light. If you do get the key light, I recommend getting if you can see these little mesh things, these little mesh joints, get you one of them. So but depends on what key light you get. But you want to get one of those little directional joints. And what those going to do is they're going to just direct the light directly at what you're doing. So that way, if something that is outside of where the light is pointing is not going to get any bleed through or anything like that. So that's what that is. So this is this for. So mine is slim, cool. Streaming, recommend to get a key light or ring light. You can do either or, but if you do get a key light, make sure you the ones I use these are the newer ones. And then those are ones just I forget what those are. I think they're just some generic. Actually, I'll put those in the chat, so that way. Actually, I put my whole streaming setup. I'll put that in the chat, so that way you can find everything that I use. Boom. So that's everything that I use, equipment. Even you're gonna find this in there, the Insta360 clip. You're gonna find all that in there. That's everything I use. Everything I use. Cool. Good question, bro. Good question. Good question. What happened to my tunes? What happened to my tunes? There we go. Cool, cool. Like I said, man, it's Sunday. Hardest office hours. If you guys got questions, hit me up. Just sitting here, man. Relax on the Sunday. Got some snacks. Yeah. Mm. Ooh. I didn't know if y'all can hear that music. Another question from You're Tremendous. He says, "Have you done any wedding shows before?" Yes, I have. So I did too. I did a couple. I did a few. If you haven't done one, what I recommend you do is go to one um without like go to one as a spectator. Go there to take notes. All right. So go there, buy a ticket, whatever you gotta do, sign up, whatever, go there. But if you go there, you just want to go there for that recon. Kind of see, okay, how many DJs there are, what DJs, like, what are they bringing, what are they not bringing, things like that. Um, One thing that you should get whenever you are there is you should get so once you go there and kind of like get a lay of the land and find out, okay, what do you need to bring? Obviously, you want to have business cards or something, some way to, people's going to ask you, for like information, stuff like that. Um, I found it easier to do like have like QR codes. I use Popple. Popple is like it's like you hit a QR code and then it has all your links there. Um, but you can on the Popple there's also a link for them to schedule a meeting with you. All right, because what's going to happen is once you get there to the Bridal show, and so the way I set mine up is I had my setup. I didn't bring any speakers. I just had just turntables there, and then what I did was I had business cards. I did some giveaways. I went to Amazon, got like some headphones, like $10. Got like little cheap headphones. So I was doing raffles. Um, where you can do raffles is when people sign up or when people come to your booth, you can have them fill out something or make it all online. Um, or do something like, hey, I just commented, I just did a post or a story, comment on it, and then you can do like a random generator that can pick people from the comments. You can do that all that online for free, and you can uh, announce the winner. And the way I did it is whenever they do sign up or whenever they do like comment on that post or whatever you have for them, you can just say you can tag them so that way if they're still in the Bridal show, they can come back and get their headphones. Um, but so pretty much I had my iPad, my iPad had my schedule, so it had like all the places, um, all the dates that I had available. Because when people come up to you, first thing they're gonna ask you is, "Are you available for this date?" Or this is what you want to know. You want to find out, okay, when is your wedding date? And then you're gonna look at you're gonna have your iPad up at your calendar. Okay, I have the date available. Then you can start. Then the next question is, well, how much do you charge? How much is it for this package? This is where you have the QR code. They can scan the QR code, or you can make flyers to give to them with the packages. Most people did not really make a decision right then. Some people are, but at least what you want to do is try to push to get them to the meeting. All right, come up. Uh, what's your date? Okay, I have the date available. What does your package look like? You have them the brochure, or tell me what your packages range from. All right, and then they don't have to decide on the package right then. Really all you have to do is just say, hey, well, let's schedule a Zoom meeting so that way I can talk to you about the packages and kind of see what package is right for you. But I'm letting you know of all the things that you need to have set up. So you need to have a QR code set up. You need to have, your all your dates and your, like your calendar and all that stuff set up in one spot, because you're gonna need the quick reference, like when are you available, when you're not available, right? And then you want to have like your Calendly or something set up to where, like, when people are there and they are interested, but you want to them to set a meeting with you, you want to have that capability, like Zoom or whatever you use. You want to have that coming into that broader party, because that is what you want to do. You want to figure out if you're available or not. All right. They want to leave with pricing, and also too, you want to have them leave with a date for a meeting minimum. And then after your broader party, I mean your broader show is pretty much is revolves around that. That's the way I did it. So that's the way I think it's more streamlined. And there's gonna be a bunch of people coming through. So you want to have it streamlined, because you don't want to be talking to someone and then someone like behind them is wanting that same information. So this is why you want to have it kind of streamlined. Have a QR code. They could probably overhear you. Oh, let me see that QR code. Let me, scan it. And a QR code you can have set up all over your booth. What I did is I got these banners set up, and I had two banners. One banner was set up beside me, and a small little skinny banner was set up as people walk through, double-sided. So that way, no matter if they're coming or going, they can see the QR code, scan, and go from there. So that's pretty much it. So this is what I would do for a broader show. Um, and that is how I would go into a broader show. But broader shows, you put in what you get out. Well, you get out what you put in. So all those things, you want to have set up, and then hopefully that you can leave with, booking. And really, whenever you go into a broader show, you're really looking at trying to get just your money back. All right. So whatever the broader show cost, I think the one here in Tucson, it was like $600 or $700. Um, so as long as I booked one, I was good. So that's it. So mine is Slim said, do I have any experience with the honey? Yes. So sorry. So mine Slim says, do you have any experience using the HoneyBook app? Yes. I use HoneyBook religiously. It's on, I use the app. Um, so I have experience with it. So what specifically are you just asking, should you use it, or like, what is your question behind that? Let me know. Elaborate on that. So Tremendous said, do you have any special pricing? Um, for the broader show, what I did was, what you can probably do is, if for the broader show, you can have like um $100 off, $200 off. Or what I recommend is, because I don't like, taking money like from my packages. What I like to do is just give them something. So what I would do is, hey, if you book with me, you get free Code Sparks, or you get free this or free that, or pretty much like an add-on. You can add that in place of a monetary value. If you don't have something to give them, like, I mean, if you don't want a discount, you can just say, oh, you know what, I'll give you something extra. And the reason why I say give them something extra versus cutting your price is because I say Cold Sparks, it's really nothing for me to give them Cold Sparks, because it's literally, I'm already going to a wedding. So bringing extra two cases, two boxes is nothing. So that is easier than taking money from your packages. So with special pricing, I would say you can do special pricing for the router show, but what I recommend is just giving them an add-on, giving them a value. Good question. Smiley Slim says, I've been told to start using the app to advertise. I was wondering if you have value or oversaturated. Um, I'm not sure what you mean by using the app to advertise because HoneyBook, it's a CRM, which means HoneyBook is like got a piece of apple stuck in my tooth. The HoneyBook app is it's like a CRM. It connects to the honeybook.com website. What HoneyBook is, it is a place where you can manage all of your contacts. So um how it's set up is it's an app and it has like a pipeline. Pipeline goes from inquiry all the way until like completed. All right. So when someone's inquiries, they go to the inquiry. And then you have initial meeting. And then from there you have like proposal sent, and then contract signed, and then deposit paid, and then planning, and then you have like a pipeline of every step of you bringing that client from inquiry to booking. And what that does is it helps you keep on track, because if you have someone who inquires with you on Monday and then someone else inquires for you on Tuesday, and then you start talking with them, but then they fall off the face of the map, and then someone else inquires for you like, you know, uh 3 weeks from now, you know where each individual is, no matter when, and no matter when they contact you. It kind of keeps everything together. You know what you've said before. You can continue to keep the conversation going. Um, all of your documents is in one place. So if you send them files, it's already there in that workspace for that person. Um, if they book a meeting, it's already there. Emails, it's already there. Contracts, payments, it's already there. If a couple sends you like a guest list or a timeline, it's already there. So you can just pick up the app or pick up HoneyBook at any time and be like, okay, so and so, their wedding or event is on this date. You have everything right there in front of you. Boom. And then that'll keep you in track, because if someone else comes in, you you don't have to really think about it, because everything that you talked about with that client is in that same workspace. So that is what HoneyBook is. HoneyBook, that is a CRM. Helps you run your business, keep everything organized, keeps your books in order, your payments, who's paid, who hasn't paid, what's overdue, contract signed, what they want, what they need, what's coming up. It tracks all that for you in one spot. So you have the website for that, and then you have the app for that. So whenever you say using HoneyBook to advertise on an app, that's not what it's for. You use HoneyBook to keep in check your business. So that's what I use it for. So hopefully that answers your question. We got DJ Quiet Storm. What up, peeps? What up, peeps? Good day, good day, good day, good day. All right. So, Minor Slim, let me know if that answers your question or not. I know that wasn't directly what you was asking, but I just kind of clarified what that app does so that we can understand how to use it. Um, yeah. And if you are going to use it, I have a link for you, so that way if you wanted to use it, you will get 30% off. I'm going to put that into the chat right now. Boom. So that right there is my HoneyBook referral. So with that referral, you get 30% off your subscription. All right. So I highly recommend it. I've been using HoneyBook since like 2019. I swear by it. Um, it it makes me money. It keeps everything in check, and it makes me look professional. And I'm all about professionalism, so I highly recommend HoneyBook. Highly recommend that. And if you get any of my courses, so you probably heard about my courses and all that stuff. In my courses, it is centered around HoneyBook as well. So if you go to my YouTube, and if you become a Max supporter channel member, all those videos, all 52 of those videos, um, they are based around HoneyBook. So my templates, my contracts, my brochures, everything that I send to my clients, my email, like how I respond, all that is inside my courses. But all that in the videos, you'll get a link to the deliverables, which how I use everything, the templates, everything I use. Whenever you get the course, you'll get the link to that and how that is set up. So that way, whenever you click the link that's in the course, that will import my template into your HoneyBook. So that way you don't have to recreate it. The only thing you have to do is just change all the verbiage from Fox Entertainment Group to your business. So I highly recommend you using HoneyBook and, getting the course from becoming a Mac supporter channel member on my YouTube channel. So hopefully that answers your question as well, man. All right. Cool, cool, cool. All right, what else we got? HoneyBook has crazy value, often impresses client. Exactly. Tremendous hit it spot on. So yeah, HoneyBook, man, it's going to, like, that alone, man. Like, whenever you send, contact clients and you start sending them stuff through HoneyBook, like, you already got one foot in the door, because that is going to set you apart from other DJs. They send like PDFs, and it just looks make you look so official. So, and it kind of keeps all the back and forth, and it just kind of keeps everything professional, keeps everything in order, and it boosts up your value. So yeah, that. Next question is, we got DJ J Edwards. He says, do you use delay setting on your speakers all the time? How do you like it? So the delay, how I use delay on my speakers is whenever I am, so let me see if I can show you how and when I use the delay. All right. Let me see if I can show you. I can show you, but I can tell you. All right. So here, let's go here. Let's go to public, and let's go to, okay. So this right here is a video. All right. So whenever, let me go to see if I can find it for you. Okay, here we go. All right. This right here. So whenever I use delay, whenever I set up my speakers in this configuration right here. So whenever you have two tops and you have the sub that is in front, this is whenever I do delay. This video right here, it's actually on YouTube. This is a video explaining how I set up delay and when I set up delay. All right. And pretty much whenever you set up delay, you are delaying the speaker that is in front. So that way it will, since it's in the front, you want to delay the sound so that way the speakers behind it will catch up and hit the crowd at the same time. So this delay that I put on this speaker, I think, was like 5 feet or 5 or 6 feet, because that is the distance from that sub to where the top is at. So you set that up all on the back of the speaker, the DSP. So that is a video that I made on the delay, and I'm going to put that into the chat as well. So that way you can look at that, or people that is watching the replay of this, they already know what's up. But that is how and when I use the delay. So, and do I like it? I mean, really, I really can't tell the difference. I just, because I'm not on a dance floor, but this is how and when you're supposed to use the delay and how you set it up for the video is. So if you are running your speakers whenever they are not on the same plane, meaning there's a speaker either in front or behind the rest of the speakers, you're always going to delay the speakers that are in front. Like the furthermost speakers, they are going to be delayed, because the speakers behind it, you want to make sure that they hit at the same time. So, and the reason why you delay the speaker that's in front is because that is in front. So technically that is going to be heard before the speakers behind it. So you're delaying that front speaker. So that way the speakers behind it and the speakers in front will reach the crowd at the same time. So that is what delay is for. All right. So let me know if that answers your question. All right, and then we got DJ J Edwards. Again, he says, do you use a DBX drive rack? No, I do not use a DBX drive rack. The only thing I use is my RCF mixer. Um, so when I set up my system, I got my Rev 7, and then so like for example, this setup right here, I'm coming out of the so I'm going into the master. Well, my Rev 7 is connected to the RCF mixer via RCA or quarter inch or whatever you want to use. All right, on a dedicated channel. On the master out of the Rev 7, the external mixer, that is where I'm going to go to my tops and subs. You can either go from the master out to your sub, and then from your sub you can go to your tops, or you can go from the master out to your tops, and then you can go from the auxiliary from the Rev 7 to the sub. So pretty much you have a separate channel for the tops and then a separate channel for the subs. There's an ongoing debate in the DJ world. You should go from your subs, or you can go to the tops, whatever. It's a preference. I'm not even going to get into that. Really, you just want to make sure both speakers are hooked up. They're getting signal. Either they're getting signal directly from the mixer, or they're getting signal through the sub. So, but I don't use a drive rack for that. So, and if you have a follow-up question on that drive rack, like why you think you should use one, let me know. I can kind of elaborate on that. But um, my my equipment sounds good. No complaints. Well, the only complaints that I do have is people telling me to turn it down. That's really the only complaint that I have. But as far as like sound quality, it sounds it sounds it sounds good. Yeah. So if you're just tuning in right now, live Q&A, I like to call this office hours. If you got any questions, anything that you want me to answer, business, DJ related, um, business, DJ related, let me know. These same questions, I'm going to use these questions and put on my podcast, the DJ Business Podcast. If you don't know already, we have a podcast, and this is where these lives stem from. I get a lot of questions all the time. I'm putting it into the chat already. Uh, a lot of people ask me all these questions, and this is my opportunity to be available for DJs to ask me these questions, use my experience. I've been DJing ever since like 1999. So I feel that I have a lot of experience, and I just want to share my experience and kind of help DJs, figure out their problems. Uh, you know, uh, I didn't have this when I was coming up. So this is just me helping you, giving back, or however you want to call it. This is it. But on the podcast link, you can submit your question there. If you don't want to ask it here in the chat, you can also use the link, go to the website, submit your question. And if you do submit a question, you do get a free ebook as well. So just keep that in mind and get a freebie for that. Also, too, you can sign up for a newsletter so that way you can get notified whenever I drop new episodes. The audio versions is available only on the website. The YouTube versions, the video versions is available on the website. But if you want to see the YouTube, like the video versions of it, you want to become a channel member on my YouTube. As you can see here, you see how the YouTube is blocked out here. It's grayed out. You can listen to it, but you can't watch it. But all these other ones, you can click on here through the website and watch them on YouTube through that way. So that's how that is set up. Next question is from DJ Espresso Official. He says, have you ever had a laptop or speaker fail at a wedding? If so, what contingencies do you have for things? What contingencies do you have in place for things like equipment failures? All right. So I've had a laptop fail. Pretty much, if you've seen one of my gig logs, I was doing a corporate gig, and pretty much the laptop just crashed. It pretty much music went off. All right. So you really can't even predict or prevent those things. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. It's definitely out of your control. So what do I have in place of that is I always have an iPad or a phone connected, and whatever songs playlist that I have for the wedding, I have it downloaded on the actual iPad and or my phone. And I say downloaded, meaning it is available if internet is not available. So that's that. All right. So that's what I do. So I do that so laptop is the main, but then I have my iPad and I have my phone already set up and ready to go. All right. As far as speakers, I haven't had a speaker fail. I mean, so when I do bring my subs out, well, when I do weddings, I have one or two configurations. I'm having two Evolve 50s, or I'm having two ETX 15 tops and a sub. It's very seldom that I bring two tops without a sub. So if one of the speakers fail, I have one speaker there. All right. But for one speaker to fail, I mean, it's really hard for it to happen unless you're just pushing it, and you're not really pushing like that on weddings. Like I said, if anything, they're going to tell you to turn it down versus turn it up. So the closest that I've ever had a speaker fail was my ETXs. I was doing an outside wedding in Phoenix, Arizona. The whole wedding, inside and outside, the whole wedding, the ceremony and reception, cocktail hour, all that was outside and beating sun. I think it was like in like July or something like that, super hot. The speaker didn't fail. It just went into like its um, protection mode, to where like overheat protection, to where like it would just get too hot, and then pretty much it lowered the volume, cut the bass, so you really couldn't turn it up. It was like that. So good thing that happened during the cocktail hour, when really nothing was going on, people just like mingling. So as soon as the sun cooled down, it was fine. But that was like it was like extreme circumstances. Every wedding is not like that. And now, I take precautions. If I know if I'm going to be out in the sun, bring an umbrella, things like that. So, but for speakers to fail, it's kind of rare. But if it does fail, hopefully you're not doing the event with just one speaker. You are running two. So, but yeah. DJ Steve says, I bring two laptops always. How was the hookup with the iPad or iPhone running Serato DJ Pro? So I don't hook it up through Serato. I hook it up through my external mixer. And I do that for that reason. So that way, if the controller or the laptop goes out, that mixer is standalone. So long as it's powered, it'll still go through your speakers without the controller or the laptop hooked up. So I do it that way. So that way, if something happened, you have a separate source to where you can play music through. So I do that through just like an aux cable. One end is RCA, and the other end is USB-C. Yes, EVs, man, I like them. No complaints. They look good. Um, got a good ecosystem. I don't use any of the Bluetooth features or anything. I just run my joints, straight. Um, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say EVs. So DJ Edwards says, are EVs your primary ecosystem of speakers? I would say yes, because I first started out with the EV50s, and the reason why I got the EV50s, no, sorry, I started out with the Mackie Thumps, but the reason why I moved from the Mackie Thumps to the EV50s is because of portability. So that's why I did that. So I got portability being a mobile DJ. So I don't want to have to bring out tripods. So I got the EV50s. Boom, when they first came out. So then I love those. I think I used those for like a year or so. I think I used those from like 2020 to like 2022. So about 2 years I used the EVs, and I was doing about 120 person's wedding with those EV50s. And then I just wanted more thump, because what's happening is, if I wanted to do bigger events, I saw that I was pushing those EV50s, and I had actually blown one of the EV50s tops. They got a good customer support. I sent them my old one, they sent me a new one, so I actually have an extra EV50 top, because they were on point. So, but because I blew the EV50s, I said I need something with a more thump. This is why I went to the ETX system from EV. And the reason why I went the ETX specifically was because I talked to Ben Stowe. He is over at NLFX Pro. He's like my go-to guy when it goes to sound. And I told him what I had and what my problem was. And he says the ETX version is like their touring version, what they use when they go on tours for like concerts, they use those. He says they are bulletproof, sound a lot better, but they are more expensive. They are a wooden cabinet, so they're going to be a lot heavier, but they're going to sound a lot better as well. So, but whenever he said they're bulletproof, that's exactly what I wanted to hear, because coming from where I was, from EV50s, blowing the EV50s, pretty much I had assurance that, okay, I'm not going to blow the ETXs. And I pushed the ETXs like super hard, and I have not blown them yet. So I'm super happy with the ETX. So that's why I went the ETX versus going to the ZLX or the other models, below that, ZLX, the K, the L model. I know it's a Z, a L model, and I forget the other model. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. EVs, ETX, they're the top of the line. So this is why I went EV. So this is why I'm staying in the EV ecosystem. And it's not really about staying in the ecosystem. My system for the EVs, it works. There really no need for me to go to QSZ or Exotons or RCF. Like what I'm doing right now, the type of weddings that I'm doing, like EVs, like my system, and I don't want to say EVs in general, like my system works. So there's a certain point to where, if you get speakers, really you don't need to upgrade. There's a point to where like your speakers are already at a level to where like anything above that, no consumer, the person hiring you, is going to even know. So I'm the worst person when it comes to like upgrading, because whenever I see something that works, I'm sticking with it. So I don't see me even upgrading my speakers beyond the EVs that I have, the ETX system, because it works. So sorry to be long-winded on that, but I just want to give you my honest opinion about that. All right. DJ Steve says external external mixer, yes sir. Okay. What about mixing music then? Same thing. You mixing music, still no issues. No issues. And let me tell you this. So if you are not running an external mixer, excuse me, external mixer, night and day, bro. Night and day. Like your speakers are gonna sound 10 times better. I am the closest thing that I can tell you whenever you're running an external mixer with your speakers is back in the day, like you had like your car and you had like subs in the back, and you had like an amp for like your highs and your mids. The sound quality on riding in a speaker with a system and without a system is night and day. It is like that whenever you are running a external mixer and without external mixer. And what I mean by that night and day is whenever you're riding in your car and like you listen to your favorite song, is bumping, bass hitting, boom, boom, boom. Okay. But then whenever you put a system, like you put like two 12s in the back, or you got your front speakers amped up too. So you got an amp for your front speakers and an amp for your back speakers. So your whole car is amped up. Whenever you listen to that, when you listen to music the first time in a car that is amped up, you're going to hear things and songs that you have never heard before, like different notes, different bass lines, different tones, different ad libs, the panning and left and right. You're like, what in the hell? Like you never heard it before, but it's your same car. That is the exact same way of what you're going to experience. That exact same feeling that you're going to experience whenever you start running a external mixer on your sound system. Put it to you like that, night and day. So if anybody is out there running a external mixer, let me know. Let me know if I'm lying or not. Hey man, save me on the Apple. Hey man, gotta get that fiber in your life, man. Gotta get that fiber. Yes, DJ Edward says yes. Wooden, yes. Wooden cabinets, they are a game changer. I know plastic, a lot of people in here probably has plastic. I mean, they are lighter, and the Mackies, yeah, I could throw them around because they're real light. But when they move to that cabinet, the wooden cabinets, bro, it's a whole nother ballpark, man. It's a whole nother ballpark. It is heavier, but the sound quality is there. It is a big difference. Okay, I'm gonna run an external mixer from now on. Yes, I'm telling you, night and day, bro. Night and day. Like I said, the external mixer that I use, uh, let's go here. So if you go to my link tree, which I'm gonna put it back in the chat, and we'll do this together. So boom, paste. So whenever you click that link right there, so you go to my link tree, scroll down. So also too, man, everything I talk about, if you are in doubt, just go to my link tree. Everything is there. The YouTube videos, everything. But whenever you go to my setup, I got my setup. It's in different tabs. So this right here is the ceremony setup. So this right here is everything I run in the ceremony. All right, this right here is so I got two of the RCF mixers. I had one for the ceremony and I had one for my reception, two mixers. So this right here is the RCF mixer. This is what I use right here. So boom, click this link. Boom, it's gonna take you to Amazon and get the mixer. And yeah, it's worth it, man. Definitely worth it. But this is the one I use. Like you don't have to get this exact one. If you don't want to. This is the one I use. It sounds good. 10 channels. This is the one I recommend, but really any external mixer, like you can run down here and get the like you got this Mackie one. You this Mackie one. This right here is 300. So right here's a 10 channel. Has a case that comes with it. or you can use something like let's see another one that people be using. Which one? You can get you get this little Mackie 5 channel. You can get something like this. All right. But yeah, but any external mixer is going to sound better than what you're already running right now. And the reason I think the external mixer sounds better is because the preamps in the external mixer is superior than the preamps that's in your controller. Sound processing is better. So put it to you like this. I think that whenever these Pioneer or Rain or whatever, they are building these controllers, they may have a limited number of space, or a limited amount of resources, or they don't want to spend the higher amount of budget. They're trying to keep costs down because people are probably not buying the Rev 7 for the sound quality. They're fine, because it's like the form factor. So this is why I think that in those consoles, they don't have like the highest quality sound. So they skimp a little bit on it, which they use room for improvement. The improvement, this is where the external mixer comes in. This is the improvement. So not to knock any of those consoles, I'm just telling you, like, whenever they're building something, like, this is probably what's going on behind it. They probably could put better preamps into those controllers, but it'll probably be more expensive. Look, this right here is a 10 channel. So it can process 10 things at one time. On your Rev 7 or your Rain 1, you're not going to have, all those inputs. And it'll be limited. So that's my take on that. All right. I tried it once, didn't pan out for me well. Yeah. So, and if you want to know how I hook it up, like I got a bunch of shorts on it. Yeah, it's very simple to hook it up. Very simple. Just put the mixer in between your controller and your speakers. It's really all you got to do. You mentioned college scholarship. Okay, you mentioned on second. All right. Next question is from DJ Espresso Official. He says, you mentioned a site called Scratch Pro for mall store gigs in one of your previous videos. Can you maybe share a bit more on how to book those kinds of gigs and what to expect? Yes. So let me go ahead and get that link for you. It is called all right. So this right here is the spot. All right. This right here is scratch.com. All right. They have Scratch Event DJs. All right. Website. So this is, so what Scratch DJs is pretty much, they are a DJ agency and they look for talent. And what they do is they book gigs at the corporate level. All right. And then what they do is they do business with all these brands out here: Macy's, Nike, Nordstrom, Oakley, Pink. Just pretty much all these businesses. So they book gigs at the corporate level for these companies. All right. So what happens is they say, okay, let's say like Under Armour. We are a DJ company, and if you ever do an event in any of your stores, we can provide talent for you. All right. So Under Armour be like, all right, cool. We are opening up a new store in New Hampshire. All right. We're going to do it for Christmas. We're going to do a grand opening. And we like to add DJs to help with the grand opening for brand awareness, blah blah blah. Then what they'll do is they'll go to their roster of DJs, look who signed up in that area, and then they'll start hitting DJs in the New Hampshire area. Hey, are you available to do a opening at Under Armour at New Hampshire Mall on December 28th or whatever the case may be? Boom. So they'll hit up all these DJs. First one to says yes. Boom. They'll lock them in. So now, as a DJ, it is now your responsibility to be at that location at that time. All right. So what happens is they book that gig. Let's say, for example, Under Armour paid them, let's say, like $500 to do that gig. All right. They'll pay the DJ, let's say, like $300, and then they'll keep $200 or whatever the cut may be. All right. So you as a DJ, you got to be there from that time to that time, noon to 3 or noon to 4 or whatever that time is. And then you do your thing. They're going to tell you what you need to bring, speakers, all that stuff, let you know where to go. And then you just need to be at that spot at that time. All right. That's how that works. Now, on the flip side, on the back end, depending on when your area are, or depending on where you are, will be dependent on if you're going to get called or not. Because sometimes if you are in a busy area and there's a lot of DJs that are like waiting for gigs, you may not never get called. If you get called, pretty much there were DJs that were ahead of you that said they couldn't do it. And this is where your time to shine is. You say yes, and then that's how you start getting booked for those gigs. All right. So this is how scratch DJs work. So scratch events, scratch DJs. This is so this is how you get those corporate gigs. And my gig logs that you see me do, this is how I got my gigs with that. So that's how that works. And talking about what to expect, is really low key. Like I said, you just got to be there. So pretty much how my contracts looked, like the last one I did was at this store called Box Lunch. And for Box Lunch, what I did, I had to be there. It was like a 3-day event because they was just doing a grand opening. And the first day I was there on like a Thursday, I had to be there from like, I want to say like 4 to 7. So actually I was playing from 4 to 7, but I had to be there at 3. You're always going to be there an hour prior. So you go there, set up, check in, sign up, and then set up your equipment and you the DJ. There's going to be like a manager there. They're going to tell you, hey, can you make these announcements because we're doing this giveaway? You know, you're probably going to have a script on what they're doing to kind of help them push their brand. So as a DJ, this is good exposure for you, number one. And number two, is good practice for you to start to, get your confidence on the mic. Well, like I said, real low level, low threat. And you can use this as building blocks to kind of figure out where you are and kind of capitalize on that. All right. So I showed up at 3, start playing from 4 to 7. Boom. Whenever you're done, pack up, go home. And then I come back the next day. And then actually I was there on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday and Sunday, I played from noon to, I say 3 o'clock or noon to 4. Had to be there an hour prior. Same thing, set up, play, get some announcements, giveaways, all that's on the script. And then you go home. And then probably about 2 months later, I want to say probably about a month later is whenever Scratch DJs, they will direct deposit your paycheck into your bank account. So that's how that works. So let me know if that was a good explanation, DJ Espresso, on that. So next question is from DJ Edwards. He says, any issues on the wireless Sennheiser mics? No issues. What you want to make sure is that you swap out your antennas with half-wave antennas. All right, that's the biggest hack that I can say. I got some shorts on that as well. But on any type of, and that goes for any microphone that you use, on your transmitter, they're probably going to come with these little stubby antennas. You want to take those off and go and buy the half wave antennas for your transmitter, and they're going to be specific to the brand and to the frequency. So you want to look on the back of the transmitter, see what frequency it is, and then you're going to type that frequency into Google or contact Guitar Center or whoever you bought the Sennheiser or the microphone from, and get their compatible half wave antenna. If you do that, you shouldn't have any dropouts. Next question is from Tremendous. He says, when doing introductory calls for potential clients, do you have a set list of questions to go over? Do you show them any videos, pictures, content while on the call? Excuse me. So this is something that I go over in the blueprint. I'm not going to jump right into that now because that is chapter that is in step 3 of the blueprint, DJ planning. So yes, I do have a checklist. Actually, no, that is in step 2. It actually is in step 2 and 3 of the blueprint. So in step 2, I go over, so before every call, the introductory call, I have a checklist of things that I go over. All right. And I'm going to put that actually here. I'm going to show you exactly where that is. All right. I can show you, but I can tell you. All right. So if you go to my YouTube, which you're already there. All right. And you're going to go to playlist. All right. Go ahead to playlist. And then you're going to go to the blueprint, this right here. So that checklist is going to be it is going to be this is no, not that one. Urgent inquiry. I think this is it right here. No. Oh, here it is. I think it's gonna be this one right here. Share. Copy. It's gonna be right here. This video right here breaks it down for you. All right. So yes, there's a checklist. First time that you talk with a client, with the client, with the lead, everything that you need to talk about in an introductory call is in that video. All right. So check there. And this video here is a follow-up. So this video here, so those 2 videos, those are the ones that you want to watch. Everything you know is right there. So you're good, man. Yep. Yep. So that's that for that, man. But yeah, everything is laid out there. What you're gonna say, when to say it, you know, how to get them, you know, from the introductory call, sending them the brochure, the contract, how to get that first deposit. All of that is broken down in that whole chapter right there. So, but those videos that I sent you, those are the ones that specifically talk about the actual checklist and what to go over at that meeting. All right. So tremendous. Hopefully that answers your question there. All right. Next question is from DJ Steve. I have Mackie Pro FX 6 V3 professional USB mixer, 6-channel. I'm gonna do a mock setup. I'm gonna do a mock setup and do my hookup. Yeah, do it, man. Hook it up in your living room, and I'm telling you, it's gonna sound good. But you probably won't be able to hear it like good until you go to like an actual gig and you can actually really like play it. You know, play it like at its capacity. So cool. Thank you, DJ Espresso. Cool, cool, cool. Cool. Yep. So yeah, man, that's that, man. But yeah, man, I'm here for you guys, making sure you're on the right track, making sure you got everything that you need. for your DJ business. So that way you can succeed, man. I've been through it. Why gatekeep? Why gatekeep, man? I feel like I want to say like call 1-800 DJ question. Let me know your answer. Oh, let me know your question. Let me know what other question you guys got. We're here for you. Just here chilling, man. Not even sure how long I'm gonna be on, but just here chilling, man. Ain't really got nothing going on. Just here for the community, sitting back, relaxing. Here in the studio. All right. Got some little soft tunes playing in the background. Uh yeah. I appreciate you, Jay. Appreciate you. Yeah. Living room, system. Yeah, too loud. Hey, my 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 surround sound, yeah, it knocks. But yeah. So what I did was like, so when I was testing my equipment, I used to have to wait till my wife and daughter go to my wife go to work and my daughter go to school. I just set it up downstairs in the living room and I just crank it up, man. Crank it up. And my neighbors are pretty cool. I mean, they know I'm a DJ, but we got pretty good installation. But yeah, I used to crank my joint up. Crank it. No idea how loud my joint. So yeah. If you home alone, set your joint up, man. Crank it up. Where is everyone tuning in from, man? Put in where you tuning in from. DJ Espresso, let me know where you tuning in from. Jay Edwards, Steve, let me know. Jay Edwards says, "Do you run moving heads or only uplights?" I do only uplights, man. Um, the reason why is because I want to streamline this private event wedding thing as much as possible. Even on my website, I say that I don't want to be a DJ that has all like the glitz and the glam, the lights and all that stuff, because I don't believe I don't want people to book me for that. I want people to book me first because I know how to rock a party because that's a strength of mine. I come from a club DJ from Vegas, so I know how to rock a party. So on my website, whenever I first started being a DJ, like a DJ for weddings, that's one thing that I put on my website because this is what I want. I don't want to have like all this equipment and bringing all that. Like no, so basic setup. The only lights that I bring out 90% of the time is 20 up lights. That's it. I do have like a gig bar move. I do have that. If I wanted to buy totems and like movers, I can. But in my area here in Tucson, I don't really get that a lot. It's not a lot of that. On the East Coast, that is more like of a thing. If I was on the East Coast, I would probably adapt a little bit depending on that. But I'm not on the East Coast. I'm in my area, and this you know I'm playing to my strengths. Not to say that there aren't DJs on the West Coast that's doing that because there are, but that's not my marketing point. My marketing point is, you know, do not book me if you do not want to dance. If you want to dance, you want people to have a good time, this is the guy that I am your guy. So I actually put those words on my website because that is the mind frame that I wanted going in when I started doing private events and weddings. I don't want to have to bring all this equipment. And also too, like I put that stuff on my website as far as like add-ons, like like Dancing on the Clouds, Cold Sparks, the dance floor lighting with the gig bar. I put that but people they don't like they don't choose to have that. So yes, I have it available, but it goes to show that I'm not really booking a lot because it's not really in high demand here. So I'm telling you that to let you know that you don't have to get it just to get it. And you want to get it so that way you can use it, and also to help that add value to, your business. For me, it's not like my lane, and I don't really want to have to bring more equipment. If I needed, like if I started to get inquiries for it, I would probably acquire it and figure out how it's going to fit in my truck. But I'm just as basic as it gets. My weddings, two tops, sub, two subs, depending on how big it is, or I'm running EV50s and I got 20 uplights, and that's it. And my average price for weddings is, I mean, here we can go to a website. Um, I can show you. Go to our website here. So you go to my website, go to wedding pricing, and then look. So we got my industry standard package. There's like a reception only. All right. But that's all you're getting. You're getting 5 hours, DJ, MC, sound system, uh, and you get 10 10 uplights. Boom, right there. All right, that's for that as a package. And I don't really book this package a lot. What I book 90% of the time is this package right here. Ceremony Support Plus, $3,800. So 6 hours. So you get a total of 20 uplights. Boom, says right there, 20 uplights. 20 uplights. And then wireless. So, and then you get a ceremony setup. So you get wireless lapels for the efficient. Boom. So yeah. So I'm telling you this so that way you can see, like, oh, he don't have movers. No. But if you go to this wedding right here, this package right here, I book this maybe once a year. I have this right here coming up in February. I think I have a wedding that has this. All right. This rate is 8.5 hours. So you still don't get any lights. Only thing that you get extra for this is you get 2 cold sparks. That's it. So you get 8 hours. You get everything from, the middle package. So pretty much you get 2.5 extra hours, and you get cold sparks, 2 cold sparks, and you get upgraded dance floor lighting. So you get a gig bar, you get cold sparks, and you get 2 hours, 2.5 hours more from this right here. But like I said, I only book this maybe once a year, but that's it. Like there's no movers, or like, no, I don't do that. And then like you go down here, you got like, 4 hour, then my a la carte wireless, cold sparks, dance on the clouds, which I booked like one time. Dance for lighting, that's the gig bar. Uh Additional hours of service, travel fee. If they're doing like a massive, I'm bringing more speakers, so that's that. And then that's pretty much it. So that is my website. That is, what I'm promoting. And let me show you right here. So look, check this out. So this right here says, let's read this. All right. It says, warning. If you want the same boring DJ that does not mix, or does not play music, or does not play the music you want to hear, or just does their own thing, do not book us. Couples hire our wedding DJs to make their wedding reception into a dance party. Our professional DJs will mix seamlessly, display turntablism, skill, play the music you want to hear, MC, and hype up your party for you and your guests. Everyone will dance and have a good time. That is my message to people wanting to book me on my website. That is, if I had to explain myself to a bride, this is what I would tell them, because this is the cloth that I'm cut from. I'm cut from like the club side. I didn't want to be a DJ that brings all these lights because at the end of the day, no one cares about that. No one cares about the strobes or the like. No one can. No, people want to dance and have a good time. This is language that people that are looking for DJs, brides and grooms, you know, private event people. This is what they want because this is what they are thinking. This is why they hired a DJ. They want to hire a DJ for this, which is why I put this on my website from day one. So that way I'm setting this is the vision that I had of what type of DJ that I want. I don't want to be, just bringing all the lights and the smoke and all this. Not like I don't want to be that. I mean, so what I did is I concentrated on building my business based off of this, which is why I'm able to charge what I charge with a basic setup. And when I say basic, we're talking 20 uplights, and that's pretty much it. And then on my website, I got pictures to back it up. This is pictures of people having a good time. All right. People are having a good time. Not the lights and all that stuff. Like, no, like this is just people having a good time. This right here is my first wedding right here. My first wedding. First wedding I ever done. Boom. Right here. During COVID, I think like 2020, Evolve 50, Evolve 50. And I don't think I had uplights on this wedding. That's it. And I'm showing you this so that way you know that you don't have to have all the glitz and glamour, man. This right here, yeah. Like, that's it. So this is me. This is, yeah. So not to, beat you to death or anything like that, but this is I'm just putting context behind what I say. All right. This person said, my son said to tell you he loves the boom bat set you did on that store. I believe it. Yep. That was that boom bat. Hey, one of my favorite gigs, man. Play that boom bap hip hop. Yep. Loved it. Jay Edwards tuning in from Chicago. Espresso is from Gilbert. Yep. Right around the corner, right up the street. Quiet Storm from Chi-Town. Tremendous from D-Town. What up, D-Town? DJ Steve. Miami. 305. Moving to Colorado Springs. Coming out the Midwest. Excuse me. All right. Yep. And for Steve, I'm curious to figure out, or I'm curious to see how you're gonna make that transition. Going from Miami, Colorado Springs, two different climates, two different markets, two different types of wedding, uh, what do you call it? Demographic. You know what I'm saying? Types of vibes, two types of seasons. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I mean, I'm curious to figure out how, what is your plan of attack to conquer, that transition. But you should start now. Start now. Hopefully, you already have your website and all that stuff in place, so that way, whenever you do get to Colorado, all right, you hit the ground running. And if you want, some insight on what you should do whenever you first get there, um, you can schedule a meeting with me, one on one. I do one on one coaching. All that is going to be on the website. But I can definitely help you with that as well, because I've done it to the extreme. And when I say extreme, like I mean, I came here from Italy. No one knew me, and now look at me now. Like 10 years later, less than 10 years later, I'm already established, and got my own thing going up. So here to see that. All right. Pricing up front, weeds out, serious, non-serious. Exactly. Um, and the reason why I put my prices on my website is because I've had countless brides come to me and be like, you know what, we booked you because we know what your pricing was, and it was just so easy. Like they booked me because I was so easy to define pricing versus, I mean, you go to a DJ's website, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to have pricing on there. Brides want to know, and so I can go into details on that, but yeah, The reason why I have pricing on my website is for the transparency. It's easier because I've had brides book me. Hey, say we booked you because you were so easy to find pricing. Every other DJ, we couldn't find pricing. And whenever they're in planning mode, they're trying to get stuff done. They're trying to get things off their plate. They don't have time to chase down DJs. Having no, like, oh, I know this guy's pricing. You know what? Let's go ahead and go with him. We already know what these pricing is. This guy's responding. Boom. So, all right, follow suit. DJ Steve says, I rock Yamaha. I rock the Yamaha DZR 315 and the DXS 1518F. That system, that's one system. And then he has EV15 tops, and then he has the subs, the 18Fs. Good solid setup, and that's pretty much what you want to do with the EV50s, because the EV50s, they lack low end. And whenever I do small events, but whenever I know that they are going to be wanting me like to like push it, I'll bring a sub out with the EV50s. So then we got DJ DSD1 tuning in from Chi-Town. Chi-Town. Yep. What up, Chi-Town? Yep. Yep. Corporate is where it's at too. Yeah, man. Like I said, like that transition, it can be tough, but if you know what you want going in, just hit the ground running. I mean, I'm not sure how serious you are about and how quick you are to trying to, get up and running. But if it was me, like I'm already like what I would do, like if I first touchdown in Colorado, um, I try to link up with any DJs, let them know, hey, I just moved here from Miami. Y'all got any community here going on? If they have any like meetups, try to get to the meetups. If they have any vendors, meetups like with like weddings, try to get in, go to those. All right. So what? You've been awkward. You're new. That is your angle. Hey, I just moved here from Miami. I'm just trying to find out lay of the land. That is your reason to go to those meetups. All right. Um, Whenever you go to those meetups, they're probably going to tell you about a bridal show or something that's coming up. Guess what? You want to go to those bridal shows, but you're not going to go to those bridal shows as like trying to work. You're going to go there as a spectator, kind of, kind of find out, go to lay of the land. And then whenever you go to that one, the next bridal show that you go to, you may go to like one or two to kind of go to get recon. And then on the third one, or whenever you're ready, go to one as an actual vendor. All right. And then after that, you should pretty much have everything that you need to start making moves. um Obviously website, and however your plan of attack for leads, whether if it's your website, whether if it's Google, whether if it's the not or ads. You want to have some type of lead generation. I'm always going to lean towards social media because social media is free. So we can talk about that if you decide to do a one-on-one. But yeah, definitely want to hit the ground running. But you should be excited because it's like a new starting over. It's kind of like whenever every time I PCS, um, going from Las Vegas, then going overseas to Korea, then going from Korea going to Italy, and then going from Italy coming over here. It's like you're starting over. You can reinvent yourself. No one knows you, so whatever narrative that you want to push, that can be your narrative. All right, so no one knows you, so it's a test, but I kind of like starting over because you can just start fresh. So, and also too, you're also using what you learned from your previous destination and try to apply it to what applies to your new destination. So whatever you did in Miami, make sure that you apply it in Colorado Springs. All right. Take whatever is applicable, use it. Whatever is not applicable, dump it. That's what you want to do. All right. DJ Tremendous. DJ Tremendous said that he's going to be visiting Chi-Town in a couple weeks. All right. I think Chi-Town is nice weather right now. Definitely want to give it there before it gets too cold, unless you like the cold. All right. Salute to the veterans. All right. We got Marine on deck, DJ Edwards. Salute to you, sir. How many years you do in the Marines, man? And what was your job there, Marines? DJ Steve says most deaf, most deaf, most deaf. Yeah, Jay. What you do in the Marines? I think you already told me this. I forgot though. Yep, yep, yep. Hey, hey, why you put that in the chat? I'm gonna go I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. And and then we'll get to this question right here. Do I have a BRB? All right, I got a BRB. BRB, I'm going to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. All right, back. Change it up a little bit. Stand up. Yeah, man. So since oh, you'll be there. So since I spent so much time in this room, man, I bought this uplift sit stand desk. I'm pretty sure you guys see it in me in the joint here, but yeah, I can you can adjust it. So it got you can program the different heights, but I can go here, I can sit down, you know, or if I get too tired, like I am now, I'll just go ahead and stand up, just hit a button, boom. So this right here was my Christmas present to myself last year because I told the wife, I said, look, um, I spend a lot of time in this room. I really want this desk. She's like, all right. She's like 1,500 for everything. But yeah, definitely if you are a DJ and you have a studio or spend a lot of time in your office, definitely recommend getting one of these sit stand desks. The uplift. Um, yeah. It's I got the bigger one, the big one. But yeah, um, it's for your health. Do it for your health. Trying to tell you, it's definitely worth it. So Yeah. All right. So Jay Edwards says, how do you develop mic confidence? And I actually went over this in, I want to say episode two yeah, episode 2 or 3 of the DJ Business podcast. So what I recommend is change cameras right here. So how do you get this off? Mm. All right. So DJ Edwards says, how to develop your mic confidence. So in a nutshell, the way I build confidence is um every time I talk on the mic, I'm always nervous. I'm always nervous. Even now, even whenever I do my announcements, I'm always nervous. So going into this, whenever you start a gig, what I like to do is if I'm gonna be talking on a mic, I like to start talking on a mic or making announcements or building my confidence whenever there is no one in the venue, whether if it's a club, a bar, a private party, a wedding, whatever the case may be. Um, a wedding, you can kind of ease into it because you're making little announcements all the way throughout the wedding. Like at the ceremony, making announcements. At the ceremony, letting people know, all right, the ceremony is done. We're going to cocktail hour. Cocktail hour. All right, cocktail hour is concluding. We're going inside for dinner. All right, and then you're going. So so weddings, you're making little announcements as you go through. Same approach whenever um any other gig. You want to start small, and as you start small, you're gonna naturally build up. And when I say start small, is whatever announcement that you are gonna make, you want to make them whenever there is the minimum amount of people in the venue or the party or the wedding or whatever you're trying to do, the club. All right. And then you should already know what you're gonna say, whether if it's, hey, we got drink specials from the bar, or you know, um whatever announcements that you're gonna make. You want to say it whenever there's no one in the spot, and then every 10 or 15 minutes, when people more people come in, you're going to keep repeating the same thing. And what's going to happen is the first time you say it, you will feel kind of nervous, but it's just you and the minimum people that sit there. But each time you say it, it should get a little bit easier because now you already said before, you just repeat what you say. All right. And so by the fifth or sixth time that you already said it, there should be more people in the spot than when you said it the first time. And now you're saying it, now you already know what you're going to say because you already said it 5 or 6 times already. And this right here is going to naturally build up confidence. So every gig that you do this, it should naturally build confidence. So that's how I build confidence. Like I said, you're still going to get nervous, right? Even if you saw my last gig log, whenever I did the museum, like I was nervous when I was making those. I even paused at one time, kind of like froze, but I kept pushing. All right. But you just want to, build confidence, stay in it whenever smaller people, like whenever the guest count is low, and then every 5 or 10 minutes, 5 or 10 people come in, you're going to keep repeating it, and then by the end of the night, you should have enough confidence to, okay, people have heard you talk before. And also too, like what I do is I kind of show a little bit of my personality, because I am like, kind of a, sarcasm, like joking, things like that. I like the tone and whenever I'm delivering things. And then if I can get people to kind of like acknowledge that, okay, this guy is kind of like, kind of funny and things like that, um, it kind of giving me confidence. Like, for example, like in my weddings, I let people know where the bathroom is. And I tell them, well, the reason I'm letting you know where the bathroom is because the bar is open. If you're at the bar, you're probably going to be drinking. And if you're drinking, you're probably going to have to go to the bathroom at some time. This is why I'm letting you know where the bathroom is at. People normally laugh when I say that, but it's true. And that's like a little thing that I do purposely to kind of, yes, I'm giving an announcement, I'm giving information, but also too, I'm looking for that, you know, that that laugh, that ha ha ha, because I know that I'm getting my point across, and then that, feeds my fuel, builds my confidence. So that way I know that I'm getting a positive feedback, and now it gives you the confidence to say the next thing. So this is what I recommend that you do. So we got some Army folks in here, got some Army. All right, 82nd Airborne. All right, you already know Fort Bragg in the house. All right, salute to all the veterans in here. Yep, yep, yep. Salute, salute, salute. You already know. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your support. Yeah, man, that desk, I'm trying to tell you, the desk is a game changer, bro. Health, 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 health. Because, like I said, I was spending so much time in this room, like, my back started to hurt, my hips started to hurt because you sit down so much. Like, I actually felt like I was sitting down so much that it was hurting to stand. So that's whenever I was like, hey, I already go to the chiropractor now and the masseuse from the VA. So, but yeah, I tried to get the VA to pay for it. So I went to the chiropractor and I asked the chiropractor, would they fund something like this? They said you got to go to the VA. So I went to VA. I talked to my PCM, and they said, no, you have to talk to your employer. Well, I'm my employer. To get a sit stand desk. So I tried to have the VA pay for it. They didn't pay for it. So I ended up having to buy it myself. So that's what I did. So, but I bought it and it's actually a business write off because this is actually a business expense. So it wasn't an entire loss, but yeah. So that's what I did. But yeah, uplift desk. I saw that to my wife. Yep. Hey, hey, look, tell the wife, tell her, and yeah, let her know. Hey, look, wife, even if she's there listening to you now, I'm not sure if she's watching. Like, look, um, Steve's wife, let Steve get the uplift desk. He's gonna be more productive, and also too, health wise, because what you don't want is for him to be sitting and he start to have back problems, and back problems is going to affect his performance both ways, but also too it's going to hinder you as being a DJ because now you have to move the equipment. It's going to hinder you that way as well. So it's all full circle, man. It's all full circle. So if you spend a lot of time, and also too, you having the desk is going to make you more productive because you are going to want to use a desk. You are going to want to be in your office. So, and from there, you tell yourself that you have no excuse. You can stand up, you can sit down, you have no excuse to get work done. So part of that is your health, but also too, a part of that is you're going to have this desk and you're not going to want it to go to waste. So you are going to want to set up your office in a way to where you are productive. And what that means, so whenever I got this desk, that was just a tip of the iceberg. I got new monitors, I got new lights, I mounted my speakers on it. So pretty much I did a whole like makeover of my whole joint. Um yeah, so it's gonna motivate you. So definitely, yeah. Let him get the desk. Let him get the desk. The says nervous, nah, I be feeling butterflies. I don't like my voice, and I think people don't either, so I don't talk. Nah, don't even think like because you thinking that is already like setting you back because you don't know what they're thinking and they don't know what you're thinking. All right. So they don't think that they don't sound the way you sound because everyone sounds the way they sound. No one is thinking, oh, your voice sounds no, because most people don't like the way they sound. But that's a norm. You're gonna talk, and no one's gonna think self-conscious of a voice because that's your voice. You can't change it. It's like the way you look. Or what you can't change that. How tall you are. You can't change that. Don't be scared to DJ because you're a short DJ, or don't be scared to DJ because you're a short DJ, a tall DJ. No one cares. That's how you are. Yes, you may be self-conscious because you have the history of yourself and where you came from, but your audience, people that you're performing for, they don't know your history. They don't know where you came from. They don't know why you walk with a limp. They may think that limp is normal. All right. So if your voice sound raspy or whatever the case may be with your voice, they just think, oh, well, that's the way he sounds. That's his voice. He can't change it. So whenever you understand that no one cares or even are thinking about what you sound like, all right, well, only one that sounds like it is you. Well, get over it. You're either going to talk or you're not going to talk. Well, we're already established no one cares what you sound like. No one's even thinking that. So now, once you got that out the window, Now just say what you're gonna say. That's it. So don't say, don't talk. But also too, I want to tell you this as a deep from a DJ standpoint. By you not talking, you're putting yourself in a box. You're keeping yourself replaceable. All right. By you talking or being a DJ who can talk, you are now opening up a whole nother revenue stream or a whole nother price point, because not only you're a DJ, but you can verbalize what needs to be verbalized. Meaning you can verbalize an announcement. You can let people know, hey guys, we're gonna go from here to here, or bow your heads, we're about to pray, or whatever the person who is hiring you vision is, you can now convey that. All right. You can now make that come to light. If you didn't talk, that's a whole nother price point that you can't even unlock. So you may be stuck charging $200 for a gig. But if you can halfway talk or express yourself like I'm telling you to do, now you go from a $200 DJ to instantly an $1,000 DJ, just because you can now um, articulate what instructions or what needs to be heard. Because if you don't do that, guess what? They now have to bring in someone else to do that and have to pay them to do that. Same thing. Look at it. Not even talking about like private events for clubs. If a DJ just DJs and the club owner wants someone to talk and interact with the crowd and uh, talk about drink specials and all this stuff, now they have to pay a MC to come work with you. All right. But if you can DJ and MC, let's say that they were paying a MC $300 to come in and make a couple announcements alongside you, you can be like, nah, I DJ and I MC. So whatever money that you was giving that guy, just go ahead and put it onto my rate because I got you. Boom. You just doubled your proficiency. You just doubled your rate just because you now possess a trait, a talking trait, a communication trait. No matter, you scared or not, but now we're now talking, you setting yourself apart from other DJs, you being more marketable. So instead of the club owner paying a DJ and an MC, no, we're gonna pay DJ Steve $700 a night because he can now DJ for us for his $200 rate, and then instead of us paying $500 for the MC, we can now pay him MC rate. So now whenever you go talk to a bar or a club owner or anyone, you can demand a higher rate because you are now doing another job. And that's another job because you already got proof of they're paying so and so for it. It's the same exact thing. Why am I going to pay not like no? Why am I going to pay the MC whenever my DJ can do the same thing? Like no. All right. But if you cannot talk, you may be replaceable because if there's another DJ that comes in and he can halfway say a couple announcements, oh yeah, get DJ Steve out of here. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you. Now we got this other DJ. So you will be replaced. That's how it works. So protect your job and also to protect your pockets. So it may be a good thing to kind of moving forward to kind of push yourself to have another trait to communicate. So that way you can A, have more job security, and B, you can charge more for your service. So hopefully, Steve, that helps, man. But yeah, I understand you don't talking, but I'm sitting here giving you the gems. I'm the same way, man. Like I still get nervous, but I still push through it. But that's how what I just said, like building confidence, that's all I do. So you can do it. And don't be self-conscious of yourself because no one thinks in what you're thinking. No one thinks what you think. If you mess up, they're not the ones making the announcements. They can't do better. So, and you start today, you be better every gig. So you got to start somewhere. So this is my advice to you. Yep. Did you say it up? You want to challenge that? Challenge? Yep. Yep. Yes. And that whole clap your hands thing. If you can hear the sound of voice, clap once. Where I got that from. So Jay Edwards says, I like when Nate says, "Can you hear me?" Clap once, etc. So where that came from whenever I was a recruiter in the Air Force. I used to had to go to these high schools, right? So I went to this high school, and it was all in the cafeteria. All the seniors, I think it was like seniors, sophomores, whatever, they were in. So pretty much like uh I had a period to where during lunch, the Air Force recruiter came in and I gave a presentation. All right. So all the kids was in the I think it was after school. All the kids stayed back and they were in the cafeteria. Miss Garcia, the counselor at Tucson High, never forget, she came in. She's like, "Nate, you ready?" She called me Sergeant Sini. She's like, "Sergeant Sini, you ready?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm ready." And she came in. All the kids are in the cafeteria, you know, being a kid. And she gets on the mic. If you can hear the sound of my voice, clap once. If you can hear the sound of my voice, clap twice. If you can hear the sound of my voice, clap 3 times. That's what she said. So I'm sitting back watching all these kids like, you know, being straight chaos. Here comes the counselor, comes in, and she said these things. I said to myself, I'm going to steal that because she was getting their attention so that way I can have the floor. So that is where I got that from. I got that from a high school counselor because I was coming in as a recruiter to give my presentation to, these kids at the high school to let them know about the Air Force. And I saw that, and this is how I adopted that. So that's where that came from. So Tucson High, back in like, you know, I forget what year it was, probably like 2017 or 20. I got here in 2016, so it had to be somewhere between 2018 and 2019, because 2020 we stopped going to the schools, so everything's, yeah. So between 2017 and 2018, between 2017 and 2019 is whenever I adopted that. So that's that. So yeah. But yeah, it works. Steal it or put your own twist on it. But as you can see in my gig logs, uh, in my weddings, or even on Instagram, how I'm showing that, you can see that it works. It's super, super basic, but it works. And all you're trying to do is just get their attention and get a response back. So that way you know that they can hear you. I mean, you know they can hear because you're on a mic, but it's something they clap 3 times, you have their attention, you now have um, created like a rapport. They listen to you. You gave instructions. They responded. Now they have the attention. Now they're ready to, hear whatever you got to say. So that's where that came from. So, but that's where that came from. The Espresso says that museum gemstone gig was top tier. Hope eventually you graduate. Yes, you will, man. And that is why I put out these gig logs, is so that way you can see what I'm doing. So that way, whenever you are in the room or whenever someone comes to you and say, "Hey, we want you to do this gig," you already know what goes into it. So that way you can, number one, price accordingly. And also two, whenever you are in those meetings talking about price or talking about what goes on, you can now ask questions like you've done this before. Oh, so in this event, is there any announcement that you're going to be doing? What is setup looking like? Are you going to be bringing other vendors? These are questions that shows that, oh, you've done this before, even though you haven't done it, but you watched my gig log, so it's like you've done it before. So this is why I put these gig logs out, so that way whenever you are doing these types of gigs, I'll be like, okay, I see what Nate did there. I could do something like that. Whenever, and also too, in that museum, you see how whenever the owner came up and I was talking to her about the timeline and how things are gonna go, you already know you already know what to ask because you've seen it before. So you're talking like you've been, even though you are brand new, they may not even know that you've done gigs this massive before, but you've already shown that you're competent. And even though you already know what to look out for. So this is why these gig logs should be valuable to you. Even though, yes, you should be watching this as a DJ, but even more importantly, you should be watching this from a lens that, okay, whenever I do this, I need to do this. Or whenever I get into a situation, I know what to ask because you've seen this before. And that's why I put everything into these gig logs, so that way you can see exactly what I do, how I do it, why I do it. So that way, whenever you are in these, because the thing is, if you don't watch these gig logs and then someone says, "Hey, we need you to, are you available?" Or it's probably gonna look like this. They're gonna be like, hey, we found you through Google, or we found you through so and so. All right. Um, or this DJ we used last year, we didn't really like them, but we really like the way, whatever the case would be. They found you because someone else failed or fumbled, whatever the case would be. They're gonna ask you, hey, are you available to do this gala on, January 2nd or whatever the case, know, that's what it's gonna look like. You can either say yes or no. Most people, because they have not done one before, they're probably gonna say no. And you're gonna say no because number one, you haven't done it and you don't know what's gonna go on. And number two, if you said yes, you don't even know what to charge them because that's the next question. So, and that's why I put these gig logs out so that way, whenever you get the call, you already know what to expect. You already know what goes on. And two, you already know what DJs are charging for this type gig. For that gig, I think I charged like close to like 2,000 or whatever case may be for that. Like you can, I mean, I'm not saying charge what I charge, but you already know about where you should be charging. So if you were charging 500 or let's say like $200 for that corporate gig that someone is inquiring for, not to start there because well, Nate, he's already charging like 14, 1,500 for this. You already know that you can jump in at like 1,000. You can jump in 1,000. And then from there, you already thought that you was going to get 200 because that's what you normally get. You normally get $200. But because you've seen my videos, you've seen my gig logs, you know what to expect. You can say, well, for this gig, it's going to be like around 1,000. I could be a little more concrete once we get in front, whenever I get in front of you and we talk through what exactly is entailed and things like that, because that's really what they're looking for. Whenever those corporate clients reach out, most time they're not looking for like a hard, question, like right off the one-on-one. Sorry, right after the text, the inquiry. They're looking for a ballpark. Normally you do a gig at 200. They ask you, all right, it's probably gonna cost around 1,000. All right. And then he says, and then from there, that should be enough to get them into the meeting. And then part of the reason why you want to get them into a meeting is so that way you can find out more information. Because let's say, for example, if they want a DJ, but then they're going to want you to MC, or they're going to want you to, collaborate with someone else, or there's a specific track you want to play, or whatever the case may be. If there's extra stuff on top of you just DJing, this is where that 1,000 comes into place. Well, now that I see exactly what you want me to do. Now that 1,000, now it's up to 1,200, or now it's up to 1,300, or whatever. That's but this is how it all plays. It all plays like that. And you get to that point because you have seen my gig logs. You have seen what goes on. So now, whenever you get the phone call, you don't have to get cold feet. You can talk intelligently, even though you've never done one before. You've already seen what goes on front to back in one. So that way, whenever you are in that meeting, you're not fumbling back. You're not losing gigs because you already, I've helped you to get there because I've shown you what goes on. So this is how you should be approaching all of my gig logs. And let me tell you, I already started editing my next gig log. And I'm going to tell you right now, boy, let me tell you, it's going to be fire. It's going to be, so I'm going to tell you right now, it's pushing 2 hours. But I'm showing you everything in that gig log. More to come. That's going to be dropping real soon. If you want to see it first, you already know to become a channel member on the YouTube. You already know that. But it's probably going to drop in August. But, members, y'all going to see it first. Y'all may see it, this week. I'm editing. I'm halfway done. Well, I'm halfway done editing it. So, and it's going to be off for 2 days because day one is like a planning day, how like we setting up. And then day two is actually part of planning and the whole event. So it's huge. It's over 1,000 people, and I'm taking y'all along the way. Y'all right there with me. It's going to be crazy. So this right here is going to be the gig log that you're going to watch. You don't want to miss it because I'm putting everything in it, every single thing. I'm trying to do as least editing as possible. It's going to be crazy changes. So just want to let you know. So DJ Espresso, hopefully they helped you out on that. But yeah, man, you'll get there. Watch my gig logs. You're already good. You're in the right place. So DJ Edward said, "Do I do any government gigs?" Not recently. I did 2 government gigs. I did one for I did a Halloween party for a squadron, and the way that I got that gig was the squadron that I was in whenever I was in the Air Force. One of my coworkers um, changed squadrons, and her new squadron was having a party in Phoenix, Arizona. So she hit me up, and I got hired to do their party. That was a couple years ago for that. All right, so being in the Air Force, that actually helped me get that gig. All right. And then the most recent one, actually around the same time, I went to Abu Dhabi to do a gig at the deploy location. And that right there was a huge they flew me out, and I want to give you a little nutshell on that. So what happened was I got the gig, and uh so pretty much whenever you're doing a gig like that, you're pretty much treated as a talent. All right. So and let you know, for that gig, I got paid $10,000. All right. And what that $10,000 covered, it covered pretty much everything. Me getting there, flights, if I was gonna bring getting my equipment there, um, any incidentals, uh pretty much everything that it required me getting there and doing a gig, that was what the price was. So I got paid 10K. They flew me in. It was during COVID. Had the whole to do the whole test and everything. Um, I shipped my 1000, my SRT 1000 there. My SRT 1000 got kind of beat up, but it was good. My laptop actually crashed, so I had to buy another laptop when I was over there. And I say all this because that $10,000, whatever they pay you, that you cannot be like, hey, my flight is canceled, or my laptop crashed. They don't want to hear that. They've already paid you the money. So whatever price that you give them, it has to cover that. So they already paid me the money. I had to go to the BX, get a new laptop, transfer all the music over. So that price covers everything. So you have to make sure that you get in there, any equipment, any people, any help that you need, pretty much everything that you needed to do that gig. So there and back. So I did that gig. It was a deployed location. The event was called Burgers and Brew. So pretty much they it was the poor location, so they get like rations. You really can't drink like that, but this was a special event, so I was able to play for the troops over in Abu Dhabi and the base. So yes, that's probably the biggest gig that I ever got paid 10K. So yeah, I'm my own employer. That's a good one. Yep, there it is. I'm my own employer. Talking about the guests, the desk. Hey, have her. Hey, look, have her get 2. One for you, one for her. Back problem, 75 jumps. Understand it exactly. Yep. Hey, and because I mean you already, service connected. I mean, that's even be more reason for you to get one, man. Because I'm telling you, like, yeah, my back's messed up. That's why I get massages. Um, and I get a chiropractor regularly from the VA. So it's already I'm already service connected. So you already know. Yep. All right. Next question is from this name is man. I'm not gonna jack this up. Malangjin. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Mang. All right, Mang. I'm gonna call you Mang. All right. So, question is from Mang. He says, "What software do you use to stream your DJ playlists?" Um, Whenever I stream my DJ playlist, I'm normally doing it through Spotify. If I do it just from the Spotify app, like normally when I do like my ceremonies, normally it's through Spotify. But if I do a reception and streaming there, it's I do it through Tidal, because Tidal connects directly with Serato. So that's what I use. So the stream, if it's standalone for the ceremony and cocktail hour, 9 times out of 10 I'm using Serato. I'm sorry, Spotify. And then whenever I'm actually DJing, whenever I'm streaming music through Serato, and I use Tidal import, so I can use the song from there. So I should use for that. Good question. Next question is from Alexandre. Alexandre. We'll call you Alex. All right, it's from Alex. He says, how to deal with songs that have a variable BPM. Can you adjust the grid with different BPM for different parts of the song? I don't think it's a really big deal. Excuse me. There are certain songs that they don't have a beat grid. Excuse me. I analyze all my songs on Serato. It'll give me a BPM, and then really, uh, whenever I set a BPM for a song, the first thing I'm gonna do is, so when I import a song and it has like a variable BPM, I'm going to analyze it, do like a, let's say for example, if the BPM was like 80 BPMs, all right, 80 beats per minute, and then so now that song is a variable BPM, but it jumps up and down. So what I'm gonna do is, after I import the song and get the BPM, the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set cue points, and the cue points are gonna be set on how I normally play the song. If it's an intro out or something like the intro in, I'm gonna play it, set the cue point at the beginning. But let's say, for example, if the song switches, like what's the song that switches like that, like first song that comes to mind is that song by Drake and Travis Scott. I think Sicko Mode. How it starts out like that. It's like two different spots. I'm gonna assume that's what you're talking about. So normally on that song, I will say it. I will play it whenever Drake verse kicks in. So I'll set a cue point for that, and that BPM will normally be based off of that cue point. So pretty much I'm setting the cue point on how I'm going to play that song live, and that is going to be dependent on the BPM. So certain songs you kind of already know that they're going to be variable, meaning that the BPM is going to jump around of the song. So what you have to do as a DJ, set the cue point, so that way you know that whenever you load the song, you can actually jump to the cue point on where that you're going to play that song. And normally whenever you're playing that song, you normally are going to play it in like a certain setting. Like you're going to play it whenever you're playing like hip hop or the house, or that song is going to have its own pocket, and you're automatically going to know that song because it's like an outlier, meaning it has like variable BPM. So that's what I would do. So set the BPM in Serato, and then analyze it, and then set your cue point on how you're going to play that song live. So I do. Yep, DJ Alex said, just discovered you an hour and a half ago. Watched your whole video from the Night Museum. That was awesome. Very happy to catch you live. Hey man, I am glad you're here. So now you get to see me real live, without any, camera, me recording. So what you're seeing right here, this is me organically. All right. You see how I'm like over explaining stuff. I'm just getting the questions, giving you like my real, like, no shit answer. This how I'm in real life. I'm very analytical, um, giving you like a different perspective on, how I see things. And so the gig logs, there's just like a piece of it. And I like that, and because number one, you guys given me good feedback on why they're being long, and because they're long, that's why you guys like them, because I'm able to like explain things and kind of give you a perspective that not really any other DJ is doing in the industry. And trust me, I've done my research, and I haven't seen any DJ out there. If you have seen a DJ that are doing long gig logs like me, please put their YouTube in the chat so that way I can see what they're doing. All right, but I haven't seen any DJ out there that's doing these extra long gig logs, and when I mean long, I'm talking like 45 minutes and longer. I'm not seeing anybody that's doing that. So to me, it's easy for me to put out content like that because I am naturally a over explainer or analytical. So I'm in my wheelhouse. To me, it's like zero, no effort. Like right now, like me hopping on live and answering these questions, this is no effort to me because this is how my mind naturally works. So call me the perfect teacher, but or whatever you want, but this is genuinely how I am. So what I'm doing is channeling how I genuinely am, and putting it into a gig log form factor. That form factor is naturally long because I see things differently from other DJs. I just see it differently. So, which is why a lot of you guys resonate with me. Why a lot of you guys kind of, see, how I'm doing it and kind of be like, okay, why you gravitate towards me, because it is different, so, and I acknowledge that. So call it playing to my strengths, but yeah, that's what I do. So I appreciate you, Alex. Appreciate you for that. Yep. Cashing them dollar bills. Yep. Confidence. I'm trying to tell you, like I said, start early on announcements and then slowly build up. Every gig you should get better and better and better. And pro tip, whenever you are making these announcements at your gigs, record yourself. So before you hop on an announcement, check your phone, hit record. Your phone doesn't even have to be pointing to you. Just hit record on your phone, and then it could be facing straight up. You just want to record yourself talking. So that way at the end of the gig, you can go back and hear yourself in real time how you talk. So that way you can tweak your delivery. That's how you do it. Yep, that's pro tip. So anytime you make an announcement, record yourself. So that way you can critique yourself and get better. Yes, you probably don't like the way that you sound, or no one cares. That's that's a that's a fear that you have to overcome. No one else cares how you sound. To be honest, no one else cares, and no one else that is actually thinking that you sound how you sound, because the way everyone sound is unique to them. That's how it is. So get over that fear. Make your announcements. Record yourself. When you get home, listen to it, and do better next time. That's all you got to do. Just leave a comment on your night museum video. Intravenous short. DJ, this video is like, yes, Alex, exactly. So this is like a short version of the long gig log. Yes, this is what you're getting from me right now. So yeah, exactly. That's the best way to describe it. All right, Mr. Maui, what up, Mr. Maui 38? He says, are you a solo op? And if so, what do you do when you get leads you can't do if you're unavailable? Do you refer to other DJs? Do you take a cut? I'm thinking about asking other DJs for 10%. To be honest, I have a couple of DJs that I refer to. And those couple of DJs are DJs that they put the same quality of work that I do. All right. Short list. 9 times out of 10, those DJs that I'm referring to, they're booked. So most time I just let it go, because the reason why I let it go is because I don't want to refer another DJ that's straight up trash, and then that comes back to me, because maybe that person, after they do their event and that event is trash, they may want to do another event. They may not even look at me because I referred them a trash DJ. I know that's probably fine, few between, or, a minute, but I'm just want to protect my reputation and protect my word. So I'm only going to send them a DJ that I know that's going to deliver a job. I don't want to just deliver, refer them a DJ and collect 10%, and then that DJ, like, no, it's not even worth it. First off, it's not even worth it for you to collect 10%. It's not worth it. And number two, what I would just do is just the 10%, I'm gonna just go ahead and let it go. Because if you are already booked on that day that you can't do, you've already won. Why would you be worried about trying to get extra? Like no. Because let's say, for example, if you're already booked on that date, right? You're booked on that date. Let's say we call it July 15th. You're already booked on July 15th. Someone calls you to do a gig on July 15th. You can't do it. But let me hit up this random DJ. All right, a random DJ. Are you available on July 15th? Yes. Hey, I got a gig. I'm gonna send to you, but whatever you charge, I want 10%. Like, all right, cool. You give them their information. Hey, I'm gonna link you to this DJ, random DJ. He's good to go. Blah blah blah. All right. This person, they get the random DJ. All right, you get your 10% or whatever. All right, and then that DJ doesn't show up or the DJ is trash. All right. That person, they probably will come back to you, but moving forward, they're probably going to hurt you. So for me, I say my reputation, like I'm already booked on July 15th. Why am I trying to double dip? It's not worth it. It's not worth me handing it off, getting my little 10%, but then that 10% causes a headache. Now this person is now talking bad about me, or that DJ didn't show up, or now that DJ didn't show up. Now that person's gonna contact you and be like, "Hey, that guy didn't show up," so now you feel obligated to find another DJ. That's more stress on you, but you already have your own gig to worry about. Like, no, that 10% is not worth it. I'm gonna just let it go. If my guys can't do it, let it go. So that's how I approach if being a single op and being double booked and sending that gig out or declining it or getting 10%. Like, no, that's how I feel about it. Just let it go. So hopefully, DJ Maui, that answers your question, but that's my honest answer on that. Alex, I appreciate you, man. Being generous with the time. Hey, I'm just here making sure you guys get value, man. I do this from time to time. Um, just try to be available for y'all. You know, you see me on Instagram, you see me on YouTube. You guys see me in all these different settings. So I feel, hey, let me just go live so that way you can kind of get to know me a little better and kind of see where I'm from, how I think, mannerisms, how I am, and not like a gig log setting. So that way, it kind of feels like you kind of know me. All right. And also too, this helps me get content for the DJ Business Podcast, which everyone in here I hope has seen an episode. If you have not seen an episode, all 4 episodes are available right here. All right. You can also, when you click that link, you can also submit your question too. And your question, I'm going to put it on the next episode, episode 5, which I'm probably going to probably record that probably this week. Episode 4 is already out. It's out to listen on the website. It'll be available on YouTube probably sometime in August because I'm thinking about dropping episode 4. Well, it's already out. If you are a channel member, you can already see it. But I'm probably going to drop that sometime in August because I'm looking at dropping the gig log at the same time as the episode 4. But when episode 4 is out, episode 5 is already going to be in the tank for my channel members. So if you haven't already, become a channel member so that way you can see all of my videos first. And also too, it supports the channel. It's super cheap, man. So that's how I'm able to, motivates me to keep putting out this content so that way you guys get value. But seeing if you value seeing my videos, watching it first, it's pretty much the biggest thing because like the episode 4 has been out, it's been done for a while now. Um, Whenever I finish the next gig log, that one's gonna be 2 hours. That's gonna be massive. You definitely want to see that one. But yeah, if you value that, become a channel member on YouTube and you'll be good to go. And also too, whenever you respond to comments, you get priority for that. So also I have other tiers too. If you value shout outs, I have max supporter, I'm sorry, super supporter for that. And then if you want uh, access to all of my courses, become a max supporter. So all that's there on the YouTubes. So DJ Alexander or Alexander, I'm not sure if you're DJ or not. I'm assuming you are, but yeah. All right, let's catch up on these questions. Oh, oh man, we way behind. 10%. Okay, no wait, go ahead. Okay, got 10K. Yeah, 10K was crazy. Um, yeah, I already had a no. I didn't have to do a visa. I think I had to do a visa, but I was already good because I got a passport, so I'm good. And plus, it was on the military stuff, so yeah, I'm good. I think I did have to do a visa, but because you're American, you're good. Link the desk. All right, I can do something better. I can take you to the desk. All right, so let's go here. Let's go to up, lift. Here we go. Uplift desks. Copy. Here is the desk right here. Put in the chat. So that's right there's a desk. And the one that I got was desk and tables. I got the mine has 2 bars on it. This one. The 4-leg. I got the 4-leg one. I got this joint right here. Yeah. And they got 20% off right now. So yeah, so this is the one that I got. So yeah, this is the one I got right here. So I got this one, and on the bottom, you can put instead of legs, I got rollers. So I can roll the desk. It makes it easier to move around. So but yeah, that's the one. And then I think I got the I didn't get any laminate. I got the so you can do different sizes, and you can also too pick your wood too. I got I think this is mahogany or something like this. I forgot what it was, but yeah. But that's that, man. That's the desk. So definitely recommend that. Catch up on these comments. Yeah. Dragon Future. Yep, Dragon Future. Okay. Just want to get some so DJ Epic Cuts, what up, man? I want to make sure I'm ignoring you. I'm just catching all the comments, making sure that I'm not missing everyone. I will, if you put a question in the chat, I will get to it, because that's a pet peeve of mine, because I hate whenever I go to someone's live and they don't get to my question. So if you put a question in the chat, I will get to it, because that's a pet peeve of mine. So just let you know that if you're watching or kind of scrolling by, I'm like, hey man, he's not going to answer my joint. Like, no, I will answer your joint. Put in a question in the chat and I'll get to it. I'm just making sure I'm not missing no one's joint. So yeah. All right. Stone events. What does PLC 20 plus mean? Alex, was that for me? The PLC? PLC is point of contact. And 20 plus means obviously 20 plus. Going to get the GoPro Osmo Pocket 3 if you have one. So I would say GoPro is good. I would say get the Pocket 3 over the GoPro if you're going to prioritize that. I would say the Pocket 3 is I like the Pocket 3 better, because it has that gimbal and you can use it multi-function. Like you can actually handheld it, or you can use it to like the tracking feature. So like whenever I showed this before, I can double click the screen and it'll track me. So that way, like if I go somewhere, so as I move around, like I can, it can track me. So that's why I like the Osmo Pocket 3. It has an app that where you can, control it with your iPhone and, get the framing around and doing all that. So that's why I like the Osmo Pocket 3, because it has that tracking. So it just gives it more dynamic. I like it too in this room, because, you can kind of see my whole studio, which, I got the actual rack right here. Got my DJ equipment right here. Got my shoes and stuff behind me. So I like it because it just give me room to move around, which is why I switched to this mic. So that way, whenever I do switch to the Osmo Pocket 3, I don't have to worry about using the Yeti mic, and I got my headphones on. So that way I'm not getting any feedback from my speakers. Because normally what I would do, I would have the Yeti mic. The Yeti mic has noise canceling, so I can have the speakers You can't see these speakers. I'm gonna show you these speakers here. So there's a speaker right here, and there's one on this side over here, over there. So whenever I'm on the Blue Eddy, I can have those speakers on, and you can hear all the volume here in the room. But that's that. So that's why I got the. But yeah, that's why that's set up like that. But yeah, Pocket 3 is a joint. Yeah. Oh, it's Steve. Yeah, Steve already got that from me. Yeah, PLC. Yep. All right. Then we got Floyd Thornton coming in. Be generous. Love your work. Keep up amazing work. And positively, definitely need it. Hey, I appreciate you. Appreciate you being here. Also, to Thornton. I know a lot of things going on Sundays, but I said, you know what? Sunday, I ain't really got nothing going on. Let me hop on. Let my community ask me, anything. Let me be transparent to them. And paying you back with my time, because you guys watch, my videos, which I kind of got a complaint about that too. I'm going to show you guys something here in a minute, which is crazy. But before we get there, I'm gonna make sure I have all the questions answered. Then I'm gonna bring up something about the videos. So, but yeah, appreciate you, Thornton, for being here. Appreciate you. DJ Espresso says, thank you so much for doing this. If you ever have a gig in the Valley, need an extra pair of hands, hit me up. I'd be happy to assist. Of course. You got it. DJ Epic Cuts already said, what's up? Uplift Desk. Yep. Yes. Yep. Hey, and shoot, man, like these uplift desks, like these are good. I mean, you can even use one of these desks for your actual DJ like area. Because I thought about that too, because it's adjustable. So you can really adjust the height on your DJ console. I mean, I had this rack right here, and these rack has notches. So it's at the perfect height where I want it. But if I wanted to, let's say for example, if I wanted to DJ, what I want to do is I could do something like this. I could lower this down to the same height as the tables, which is right there. So that's the same exact height, which is 30 inches. So it's 30 inches right here. All right. And I'm going to go to this camera on this side here. Here's raised 30 inches, which is the same height as this right here. Same height. Only difference is, boom, same height. 30 inches. So you can get an uplift desk and use it as your, have your turntables right here, have your you can do everything right there. So you can definitely, this can be a replacement for your actual workstation for your studio, an adjustable desk. All right. So yes. And also too, look at what's going on. So I have the Osmo right here. And because it's on tracking, it's watching me go up and down, like it's seeing all that. So it's there, but I can still move around and just give like a different dynamic, man. Just a different dynamic. So this want to showcase what is capable with this type of setup. So just want to let you guys know about that. Let you guys see that in real time. So now they just hit the button. Now it's going back up. So boom. So boom. All right. So DJ Epic Cut says, if I could change one thing about my DJ career, what would it be? If I could change one thing is, if I could change one thing, it would be, um, off the top of my head, I would say it's not really a DJ career. It will be things that I do as a DJ. And it would be doing this YouTube stuff early on. Like, for example, this would have been dope if y'all could have saw me do the, the gig when I went over to Abu Dhabi, or, all the things that I did early on, because I didn't really start documenting like my DJ gig logs and stuff until like when I got the the Insta 360. So 2020, 2023. So not even 3 years in. So I wish in my DJ career that I would have started documenting what I did early on. So that way you could have saw like all the gig logs that I did, all the weddings, you could have saw that, like what that looked like when I didn't have anything, like when I only had my Mackies. Because really what you guys see now, you see like all the equipment, everything I got now. Because I didn't, and this is evolution. So good thing I still have pictures of it, so that way you can kind of see it. But going in depth, like all the behind the scenes, I wish that I would have known to do that early on. But because I did not do it early on, I am letting you know where to capitalize where I fell short. So this is your early on right now. So this is my advice to you, DJ Epic, or all the DJs that's out here listening to this. Start documenting your stuff now. What I'm doing now, don't wait till later to be established. Start it now. No matter, it's gonna look crazy. It's gonna look like amateur. It's supposed to look amateur because you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you know. So it's supposed to be like that. But the thing is, by you starting it now, a year from now, whenever you're polished, your story becomes more, I guess, inspirational, because people can now go back to day one and look at your growth to now. Even like right now, you guys are seeing my growth now, but it's going to be crazy a year from now or 2 years from now. But y'all are here now. So I'm telling you this in hindsight. Hindsight's 2020. Start documenting yourself now, while you're an amateur, while you're just starting. Things are not polished. Whenever you're still trying to figure out your system, still trying to figure out you talking on the mic, do that. Start documenting that now, because what's going to happen is at some point, I'll be 45 next month. All right. August 15th is my birthday. I'll be 45 next month. Whenever you are 45 or whenever you are 50, all right, you're going to have from where you started now all the way up. And what that's going to look like is, as you start to document your amateurism, or whatever you want to call it, what this point in time now, as you start to document, and people are going to hop aboard and see what you're on and start to follow you, all right, those people are going to be there whenever you make it. And then you can be like, hey, remember when I was, just starting out in 2026? You're going to have people like, yo, I remember that. Epic. I remember whenever you first started out, you didn't really have, you had this, this, and this. And the reason why I started following you is because your setup looked like mine. You didn't have a lot of, all these speakers and all this setups, and you didn't have everything figured out. And people will gravitate to your community, will start because their setup will look like your setup. And that is what's going to bring y'all together. So if I had to put a nutshell, like, yes, one thing that I would change is start documenting this, like start doing this early on, because YouTube has always been around, but I just didn't know to, use YouTube in that platform. But then evolution was going to come. So you're not going to DJ forever. And then once you start to document what you do, you're going to become an expert in it because you've done it for so long. People are going to start to come to you to questions, because people that just started coming along as like you're like a year in, 2 years in, you're going to start asking questions. People are going to start asking you questions. Hey, how did you get here? Well, you've been doing this all along. So now you're going to put yourself in a position of authority, like where I am now. And all I'm doing is documenting my stuff. You guys are just coming along. You're looking for me the answers. And these answers are just because I've been through it already. You're going through it now. So what's going to happen is, as you go through it and you start to put your content out there, you're going to attract people that are younger than you. They're trying to get to where you are. And that is the official cycle all over again. So you're gonna see yourself in those new followers and those new people. And all you're doing is just documenting your stuff. That's what I'm doing. I'm documenting my stuff. So, and you are them. And they will be you. So this is what I recommend. So this is really the only thing that I would change, just right off the cuff in my DJ career. Start documenting your stuff now. Don't care about what people are gonna say, how it's gonna look. It's supposed to look like trash. It's supposed to look unpolished because you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what you're doing. But no one else is gonna know that except you. Those people that's coming along, they don't know what it's supposed to look like because they don't know what to do. Only thing they have is what you what you have and what you're showing them. So that's my take on that. So that's one thing I would change. Start documenting right now. Alex says, do you sometimes manage the visual effects in your gig? If so, what equipment? No, I don't do any visual effects or anything. No visual effects. I don't really do visual effects. But like on that last gig log, I was working with other vendors and they had the visual effects and things like that. And um, yeah, so and even like when I do like the big festivals, like the next gig log, you're probably gonna see some visual effects. Like I don't do any of those. So I work with I work with on those big events. I work with someone that is contracted for visual effects. So no, I don't control any visual effects. But on those gig logs, I do show you what those visual effects guys be using. I do that because of questions just like that. So and I'm curious because I know that I don't do visual effects, but if other DJs want to do it or are doing it or looking at getting into it, they can use my gig log to ask, oh, okay, that's what I need. And I did that on that corporate gala that I did, I think 2 gig logs ago, 2 or 3 gig logs ago. So cool, cool, cool. All right. DJ Rookie, Fisherman. What's up, my brother? He says, hey, my question is, why do you choose the table versus a DJ booth? Uh, Number one, I start out with a table. So that's what I always use. I'm comfortable with it. Everything fits. And um, right now, if I wanted to move to DJ furniture, I could. But if I got DJ furniture, it wouldn't fit in my Dodge Ram. So I had to get a trailer. If I get a trailer, I have to buy a trailer. Then if I buy a trailer, I'm gonna have to get some type of storage because a trailer does not fit in my driveway. HOA doesn't allow me to park a trailer outside. So if I get a trailer, it's gonna come with a lot more expenses, which is why I don't have a lot of equipment. So a lot of my stuff is super, super efficient. So me being a solo op, it's just me. A lot of things that what I'm doing is built around because I'm a solo op. So the speakers, that's the reason why I chose to go with the ETX 15 subs instead of the 18 subs, is because the 18s is significantly more heavier. If it was more heavy, I had to find someone to come help me unload it, upload it every single time I have a gig. I have to think like I'm a single out. Everything has to be, I have to do it by myself. So that is why I chose to go with a DJ table versus a DJ booth like DJ furniture. So it's all about being efficient, and I'm keeping that in mind because I'm only a single op. So hopefully that answers your question, DJ Rookie, and thank you for asking the question. Yep, Pocket 3 is what it is. DJ Quiet Storm, yes. Yep, there it is. Yep, Quiet Storm, that joint, it'll lock on, and you're all good to go. So Pocket 3, that is the move right now. So if you're a DJ, um, you should have one or two. Um, yeah, you can have one for content like this right here, and then whenever you have a gig, you bring it to your gig. Make sure you get your selfie stick and your Ulanzi clip. All right, make sure you get that. You're good to go. That's all you need. That's all you need to make content. Pocket 3, you got 4K quality. You good. All right. Cool. Then we got, do you believe it's possible? So DJ J Edwards says, do you believe the philosophy with purchasing gear, buy once, cry once? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like buy once, like yes and no. Uh, I do a lot of research before I buy gear, and I'm not like a novice DJ, so I kind of know what I want and I know my vision. So that's why I got the ETXs. Like I said before, I graduated to the ETXs because from the EV50s I had blown one and I wanted something that was not going to blow. So this is why I got the ETX version. Yes, I know that it was going to be expensive. We're talking 2K per speaker, so 2, 4, 6, 8. So my whole two tops and two subs like 8K. You know, so I know that, but you know, I was doing gigs to to supplement that money back. So that's what I preach to. But um I really don't really like the idea of like buying like equipment just to buy it. Like a beginner. If you're a DJ and you kind of know what you want, and if you're gonna stick with it, I'd say go ahead and go to the industry standard. Um, or if you're gonna buy something, you may have like a backup, and then that first equipment can be your backup, and then whenever you graduate, you can get the big boy. So, say for example, you want to get like one of the flex joints. All right, uh, get one of those, but then whenever you're ready for that, you can go to like the Rev 7 or the Rain 1 or you know, something a big boy like the more standard. And then what you can do is you can use the flex for small gigs or for the house, but you probably won't even use it like that because you're gonna be more comfortable on like your big boy, like your SRT or your 1000. I mean, sorry, same thing, or your Rev 7 or your Rain 1. So I would say cry once, yes, cry once, but you have to know what you want and have to know your vision. If you know that you're gonna stick with the DJ stuff, go ahead and cry once. So that's my take on that. Yep. Tremendous. Document now. You got the Osmo, that's all you need. Scared money don't make money. All right. And also too, man, like part of my motivation, and it's probably like the wrong way to kind of think about it. Whenever I bought the new equipment, it motivated me more to get my money back. So if you're just buying equipment just to buy equipment, if you do buy it, that should motivate you to, okay, I need to get off my ass and I need to get my website together and start booking gigs because I don't want to be sitting on this 2, 3, 4 grand or however much you spent for you don't want to sit on it. Like, no, you need to be actively doing things. Your goal should be like, hey, I need to get this money back. Whether if it's getting your website together, whether if it's, something that's going to enable you to get more business, advertising, whatever, you want to make sure, or even this, hey, look, I'm going to, let's say for example, if you get it, you buy the Osmo, right? If you buy the Osmo, you should want to do gigs so that way you can record stuff. If you buy the Osmo, you should want to start making YouTube videos so that way you can get monetized to get this back. If you're doing gigs in your room, you should get the Osmo Pocket 3 so that way, okay, I got this Osmo Pocket 3, I need to start doing mixes. That should motivate you to start putting out content so that way that content will now open up doors for you to make money or to get that money back. So that's the way I see it. DJ Epic said, I am 48, been doing this since I was 18. Wish I had documented my gigs early on, but never too late to start. Exactly. Hey, I mean, I was up in Vegas. Vegas was my first gigs. I wish that, I mean, that time, camera phone wasn't out, but back then, like all that stuff, I wish I would have documented that. Me documenting DJing in the Rio, DJing in the Gold Coast, DJing at all the pool parties, DJing at, all these spots where I was DJing at, man. Like I wish that I would have, you know, recorded that, but I didn't. I didn't know. I didn't know to. But this is me, telling you to do that now because I've been down that way. I'm don't do that mistake that I did. This is my one. This is I like to say if your future you came up from the future and told you something, would you listen to it? Would you listen to yourself? I'm the future you. I'm telling you, start documenting your stuff now because it's going to pay off in 2028, in 2029, in 2027. It's going to pay off. Start now. So this is the future you're telling you. Are you going to listen? Or are you going to be like, nah, I'll get it. This is the test. I'm the future you telling you to start documenting yourself now. God. 48. Yep. Salute. Yes, ZZ sounds good. They do payment plan. I got actually that's why I bought my S11 from ZZ Sounds. Yeah, yeah. And also too, man, like it don't really matter what you get. Like the Rain One, the Performer, the Rev 7. Um, really, it don't really matter what you get. It's just that whenever you get it, what are you gonna do with it? Because you can spend the 2000, get the newest controller, but if you just let it sit there, like, and don't like, true story. Whenever I got my Rev 7, so before the Rev 7, I had the SRT 1000, right? And I bought the Rev 7 and I set it up in the house. And I didn't take it out for probably about like 6 months. The reason why I didn't take it out is because I kept doing weddings with the old SRT 1000. So pretty much I had bought the Rev 7 and it was sitting right there beside my turntables. The only time I would use it is whenever I was coming up here and doing practice, and I wasn't doing any live streams or anything like that. I said to myself, this Rev is like sitting there collecting dust. Only time I used it, I used it so that way I could do weddings with it. The reason why I wasn't doing weddings with it because the Rev 7 was heavier than the SRT 1000. But the reason why I bought the SRT one, I'm sorry, the reason why I bought the Rev 7 was because the Rev 7 was closer to vinyl than the 1000 was. But the Rev 7 wasn't making me no money unless I was taking it out. Yes, it was the same money. If I'm doing gigs, I'm still doing gigs, but still, I wasn't getting proficient with it. It's sitting. So what I did was I forced myself. I put the 1000 in the back of my closet, and then from that point on, I started bringing out the Rev 7. Yes, the Rev 7 was heavier, but I was able to be more comfortable how I was with vinyl, and also too, yeah, it was still heavier, but I got more proficient with it, using it. And at the same time, I was doing gigs, and that gigs contributed into more revenue, which I could pay off the Rev 7. So that was my evolution. But if you are getting equipment, um, if you are not using it and if that is equipment is not bringing more money back to you, you want to stop that. So that's my take on that. So whatever equipment you do get, hopefully it's motivating you to get more equipment. And then by that, it motivating you, I'm sorry, it should be motivating you to do more gigs. And then by you doing more gigs, it should be making you money to pay it off. So then we got DJ. I'm not sure if you're a DJ or not. We got Richard Bryan 6401. Hi, I'm new to this platform. What's up, Richard? Everybody say what's up to Richard. Glad you're here. Hopefully, Richard, you have seen some of my gig logs. Hopefully you are a DJ. If not, it's all good. But this is me, Nate. I go by I'm DJ Fox. All right, you already know. So this is me in the flesh on the live answering your questions. Industry standard. Exactly. Then we got DJ Richard Bryan says, I got a question. He says, how do I connect a 4-channel mixer to my controller? All right. I got something for you. I actually made a video on that, and I'm going to find the video and send you the video. All right. If you go to my shorts, right? And then if you go to, I think it's one of the popular ones. All right. And then I actually made a video on it. And how can I, here we go, copy, and then we're going to go paste. There you go. That right there is for you. Yeah, so this right here, let's see, I'll play it too. Let's see if we can play it. On how I run everything. I got a couple questions on how do you connect everything. These two channels right here is one mic. So mic 1, mic 2, which is on my rack here. So on the back side is coming out XLR and going to here, channel 1 and channel 2. Coming over here, I kind of skip a channel here if you need it. But this right here is going to be the channel for my Rev 7. So I got left and right 1/4 inch. And it's coming out right here, RCA. This right here is going to be an auxiliary, so just in case something happens, I can quickly connect my phone or iPad in and put music on. Your main left and right, your main output, these right here is going to go to your main speaker. So one main here and the other main there. A quick video on just the mixer on. There you go. So that's it in a nutshell. And I already put it in there just in case in the chat, so you have the link there as well. So that's how you connect your speakers up to your mixer. Catching up on the chat. Did I miss something? Did I miss? Cool, we got that one. Okay, we got that one. Got that one. Yeah, we just answered that one, so we good there. And Basil, what's up? Look like you tuning in from Hawaii. What up, what up, what up? So DJ Epic says, I love to collab with you, maybe do an interview you or have you interview me for a video. I love to inform people about how your health is important. As a DJ, 2 years ago, suffered a lung collapse while DJing. Ooh, hey, Epic, do you want to come on now? We can bring you on now. If you want to come on now, let me know. If you want to come on, just say, hey, bring me on, and I'll send you a link, and we can do it live right now. Too easy. Future you. Yep. Then we got DJ, we got Harper 8891. What's up? I'm a 48-old beginner. What controller do you recommend? Forgive me if I answered already. Controller, so it kind of goes back to the cry once thing. So Harp, answer me this question if you're still in here. You're a 48-year-old beginner and you're looking at a controller. How serious on a scale, how serious are you about DJing on a scale from 1 to 10, being 1 being you're on the fence, or number 10 being like you really want to do this? Answer me that. Answer me that before I answer the question. Because how you answer that is going to be what I'm going to tell you about which controller to get. And I'm thinking about budget, and I'm also thinking about like long term. I'm going to tell you one or two things. I'm going to tell you one or two things. I'm going to tell you the cheapest route, or I'm going to tell you you're going to be good route. So let me know. All right, cool. So he says 8. So he says 8 only because I'm an emergency responder, so I get caught up late night. All right, so 8. So I'm assuming that 8 meaning that you're very serious. So that's the more serious part. So what I recommend you get is I recommend you get either the Rev 7 or something, or like the Rain One or Rain One Rain Performer around that time frame. So you're looking at about $2,000. So $2,000 for your controller. All right, this is what you should be spending. The reason why is because if you get the Rev 7 or the Rain Performer or any of those, mixers in that price range, that's pretty much going to be a controller that you can buy once and you can grow with it, and you won't have to buy another controller for at least like 5 or 6 years at least. I don't see a controller coming out in the next 5 or 6 years that's going to have to make you upgrade. So we talk about what this said before, cry once. Yes, you're going to cry once when you spend this $2,000 on this controller. But as you're crying, you can now have the peace of mind to be like, hey, if you want to practice and get better, you're good. Once you get better, now you can start to take this and start doing actual gigs and making real money. So you're in a spot to where you can now have a controller. It's now a standard, and that standard, you can now grow with it. And whenever you grow and get to where you're going to go, where you want to go, meaning if you want to start doing private gigs or start doing events where people are actually paying you, you don't have to buy another equipment. You already have the controller, which is boom, important piece. Now from that, you start putting speakers with it, or, even with that, with that controller, you can start doing, bars and, small events, because wherever you're going, it may have speakers already. So that's why I said, get one of those mixers. One of those controllers. That's what I recommend. It says, what about the Rain 1 MK? Yep. So yeah, Rain 1, those are like so you can go from from anywhere to like the SRT 1000, the Rain 1, the Rain Performer, the Rev 7, like all of those are like in the same wheelhouse. The only difference is the 1000, it was a standard like back in like, I forgot when it came out, like the 2010 era. All right. I'm not sure when it came out, but that was a standard before the Rev 7. All right. So, and it's still relevant now. People are still using the 1000. If you would have told me that you're not really sure about, doing it, I would have told you to get the 1000, because the 1000, you can get those cheap right now. You can get them used, and that used price is going to be very cheap, but it's still relevant today. You can practice on those until, and you can still use those. And then after you use that 1000, depending on the condition, then you would have, graduated to get like the Rain 1 or the Performer, or, one of those, I guess, new standards. So that's what I would have told you, depending on what but you 8 is like, you're very committed. I say go ahead and cry once, boom, drop the 2K, cry once, but you're already good. You're set. No matter how big or how small you want to do it, you set. So that was my reasoning behind it. So catch up on these questions. Refreshing here about the light hype. Don't have lights. All right. So DJ and Basil says, refreshing to hear about the light hype. I don't have lights and didn't want to be that. Hey, exactly. Like you good. Like, but you have to make sure that, at bare minimum, yes, you want to get some uplights, because uplights are, an enhancement, and it can help you go to like that extra level of like pay, because you can start to incorporate the uplights into your packages. So let's say, for example, if you're charging like 300 and then you get some uplights, now you can start charging 450 right off the bat. And that 450 is going to come with the uplights that you provide off the bat. So you just went from 300 to 450 just like that. Boom, just like that. Because now whenever someone books you, you bring in lights. And let's say, for example, if someone says, 450 is too much, you take out the lights. And now you're back to your 300. And you didn't lose them. So now you just gave someone a different option to book you. You're already at 300. You up your value to 450 because you have lights. And now If they want you, lights come automatic with it. Oh, it come automatic with it. But I don't really want lights, or 450 too much. All right, no worries. I got you. I got you for 300. 300 to work for you. All right, but at 300, I'm gonna have to take out the lights. Boom. You're not losing nothing. There you go. So yes, and DJ embezzle and Basil, yes, you're on the right point. You're on the right track. You don't have to get lights, but lights will help you, you know, separate you from different price points, add value. I needed that. Yep, Steve. Yep. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Richard. Yep. And can you come on as audio? Yes, you can come on as audio. All right, let's see how this works. Uh let me see. All right, give me a minute. I gotta figure this out. I know I can bring somebody on. I know I can. This is Zoom. No. Schedule meetings. Hold up. I can do this. I can do this. Give me a second to figure this out. Interview. On. Okay. All right, interview. Join. Copied. All right, this right here. We're gonna try this. First time trying this. All right, Epic. This is the link. Hit that link, and you should pop into the room. Once you pop in, let's see if we can figure this out. Yeah, so the program that oh, there we go. Okay. All right, phone's ringing. Let me pick up. Boom. All right. Okay. Guess is in green room. Let's see. Okay, how can I do this? How can I let's go to sign guest one. Uh can you say something, Epic? Say something. No. Okay. I'm not hearing you. Dang, okay. Hold on, I gotta figure this out. Solo? That's not solo. No, that ain't it. Oh, dang. I think I let my bad. I think
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it works. All right, big dog. What's your question?
So, my thing was, I wanted to really like let people know how important it is to take care of yourself. Like I said before, I'm
Yes.
48 years old. I've been doing this since I was 18,
Yeah.
and about 2 years ago, I was at a bar gig.
Okay.
Um, I learned actually. Let's go back about 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I was at a bar gig, and I was just the guy that got into the bar scene just to drink, party, and have a good time. I was
Okay.
drinking pretty heavily, left the bar, got pulled over, and got a DWI. That's where it all started. Got a DWI after leaving the bar. That then cost me not having my driver's license. So then I couldn't get to gigs. I couldn't get back and forth to gigs now. I had to rely on friends or family to get me to my gigs. Also took money out of my pocket. having to pay court fees and all that kind of stuff. Then a year and a half after that, I got my license back. Everything was back on track. I had stopped completely drinking.
Right.
Um, and I was at a gig, and just all the work and all the stress and stuff that I was putting on myself, I was halfway through my set, about 11:30 at night, and all of a sudden I couldn't breathe. I looked at my assistant and said, "Hey, we need to call 911." He called 911. They found out that I had suffered a lung collapse. My oxygen level had dropped down to 68. My whole right lung had collapsed. Went to the emergency room and got got a pigtail catheter put in. I was in ICU for about 2 weeks. My lung wasn't reinflating. They decided to do surgery and remove half of my right lung. So they removed half of it and diagnosed me with what's called sarcoidosis. So it's a inflammatory autoimmune disease, and I have to be careful of. So now I'm on medication. I have to be careful who I'm around because I can get sick easily. But just letting people know that it's important to do those like frequent doctor checks, go to doctors, because people see all the time. All they see is they see the lights, they see the party, they see the money, they all that and our DJ and stuff, but they also don't look at the other like side of everything, which is like the long nights with little sleep, fast food after every event, energy drinks, caffeine, alcohol becomes part of the job, like the high stress from clients and venues, all the lifting of speakers, subwoofers, lights, cases. Then
Yeah.
you're constantly exposed to like smoke, dust, fog machines, and just the air quality. And then no exercise because you're exhausted after like all the gigs. And over time, all these habits, they take a toll over you, not overnight, but just like little by little. Um, just, yeah, just and my story, I just thought I just kept like procrastinating. I kept pushing through it because pushing through being tired. I keep telling myself I'll rest next week or I'll go to the doctor later or it's just allergies, I'll be fine. And then everything changed that night when my lung collapsed. So
So so what are you doing different now than before?
now now I have before I was doing it all by myself. I was a solo op just like you. Doing everything by myself, lifting everything. I now have an assistant that comes out every week to my gigs. I've factored in the amount of money that I have to pay them into my events. So I pay him. He comes out every weekend, sets my stuff up. I kind of laughed at the last gig log that I saw from you that you did when you were telling the people at the end, that like kind of like how you want to have somebody be able to set up everything and you just show up
Yes.
to the gig.
Yep. Yep.
That's that's what I do now. I have an assistant that comes out and they set up everything and I just show up. I just show up to the gig and play, and it's even the bar gigs. And it's kind of cool just to the bar owners and the wedding couple, they look at it like, okay, this he's very professional. He's got somebody that's now like setting up for him. It
Mhm.
looks good too on you, and you're walking into the gig and you play, and then after I'm done, I I
Roll out.
leave, and he tears down everything, and next morning it's in my unit, my storage unit where I keep all my gear. So
Oh, so he's actually
I
using your equipment.
Yeah, all the equipment is mine. Um, he drives his vehicle, um, and he sets up all my gear. The only thing that I bring to the gear is my Rev 7 and my laptop and all that kind of stuff. But
Mhm.
he brings in the subwoofers, the speakers, the lighting, all that. Sets up everything, whether it be a wedding or a bar or club gig that I'm doing,
Mhm.
and sets it all up, tears it down at the end of the night, and I just roll in and roll out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's dope because, like you said, in that gig log, that's what I try to strive for. Because in a perfect world, I think every DJ wants to do that because we hate setting up, tearing down. That's so much of a toll.
Hmm.
It's like taking a chapter out of like a club DJ, but then you know how you can just roll up with a laptop and do your gig and then roll out. That in a form factor, but in private gigs. So
I guess my biggest thing that I'd like to people know is like people look at like the followers and everything like your followers, your fans, like Instagram, YouTube, whatever it is. Your health doesn't care how many followers you have.
No.
That's my biggest thing. So, and I guess the one thing that really too impacted me, and this is a small takeaway, and I don't know if you want to talk about it or not, but the small takeaway is when I first started watching your gig logs, I look at like at you as like inspiration for the YouTube thing because I do want to start like making my content. And the
Hmm.
one thing that I noticed in your videos is that you have a handicap placard,
Yes.
like yeah, stuff like that. So I was like, and I'm actually I have one myself. So I was like, I
Yes.
took that and I was like, okay, I was like, I'm not giving up on this. I'm gonna actually keep pursuing it. If somebody that's handicapped as well can do it, then I can do this. You know what I mean? So
Yep. And just to kind of give you some backstory, so I'm 100% disabled from the military for Air Force, uh, PTSD, anxiety, depression. It's all up under my and a bunch of other ailments, back, neck, which all contributes to me having that disability. So yes, I do have a placard. You know, I look at it as a VIP. You know, it's VIP parking for me.
yeah,
If
yeah,
I go to
exactly,
Walmart, guess what? It's VIP parking. So I don't shame it. No one's gonna give me shit about it because first off, I'm a grown ass man. I can do what I want, and
exactly.
who cares? And I mean, if anything, I'm sorry that you don't have one because you don't get VIP
I
parking.
have
No. I'm just telling you, like,
they yeah, they gave me a temporary one after my surgery, and I was like, "I'm loving this." This is like I park right in handicap parking. So I went to my doctor and I was like, "How do I get a permanent one of those?" She's like, "Well," she's like, "We'll get you one." She's like, "You have to be like permanently disabled." She's like, "It's not that you can't walk or you can't walk long distances." I said, "Well, when I walk long distances, I get out of breath." That's all
hmm
I had to say, and she gave me a permanent placard.
hmm
So
yep,
I want
yep,
the
VIP.
I want the plates. I want the
So
plates.
So the thing is about the plates is the plates, if you have multiple cars, you really can't move it. So I have a car and I have a truck. So depending on
Yeah.
what I'm driving from our gigs, like I take it out of my because I have a Tesla. So I take it out of my Tesla, put it in my
Okay.
Ram, and then whenever I'm just like on day-to-day stuff, I take it out of Tesla because my wife drives the truck on a normal basis. So what I
Okay.
do is I just take it out of the truck and then I'll drive it whenever. So whatever car I'm driving is what I'll take the placard. So but yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
But yeah, that's
man.
kind of just like what I wanted to share. Just like people get regular checkups with your doctor, eat better. I mean, we all like after gigs hit up that fast food stuff. I've since then I've changed my diet. I can't I have to avoid anything that causes inflammation in my body. So I have
Mm.
to eat fruits, vegetables,
Hmm.
like lean meats, things like that. Just like people don't know sarcoidosis is I have what's called it's stage 4 pulmonary sarcoidosis. It's not terminal. It's people can live decades with this disease. Um
Hmm.
Basically what happens is my immune cells fight each other and they form these things called granulomas
Hmm.
in my lungs. Um it's a inflammatory disease where the body's like immune system forms these clusters and they're called
Hmm.
granulomas. So like the effects I get like chronic coughing, severe fatigue, shortness of breath, chest pain, reduced lung function, and the biggest thing is I have permanent scarring on my lungs.
Oh,
Um, so like my lungs, the best way to describe it is everybody's heard of rheumatoid arthritis. It's
yep.
like having rheumatoid arthritis in my lungs.
Oh,
So like yeah, so like um so I am and what the procedure that they did is they did what's called a perlodesis where they scuffed down the inner chest wall and attached my lung to that. So you guys all have like a pleural space around your lungs. I
yeah.
don't. There's no space. So there's no space for air or water on my lungs. So if my lung was to ever collapse again, it's just going to like it's not going anywhere. It's just going to
Wow.
stay there and it would heal itself. Um but the chances of that happening is like 7% now. But
Yeah.
after my surgery, but got the huge scar from the center of my chest all the way around to my back. But I always tell people it's just important to take care of yourself, and because it can be over like that. So, and don't be
Yeah.
afraid to ask for help. Like
Definitely. Yeah,
I get to
man.
gigs where I'm by myself, and I get so many people that are. I get to bar gigs sometimes where I do like a karaoke show, and I get people coming up to me all the time, and I'll be there by myself at first till my assistant gets there, and they'll be like, "Hey, do you need help carrying this in?" I take that help. And I'm always like, "You just be careful of my stuff." I'll take that help from, like, a stranger or whatever, because don't be afraid to ask for it. I mean, somebody's offering to help you, that's them doing a good service to you.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing a good service to them, they're sharing that back by doing a good service to you by helping you carry your stuff in. That's the way
Mm-hmm.
I look at it.
Yep, definitely take that help. I actually threw out one of um my elbows, same thing, because I didn't ask for help, and I had to get help because I messed up my elbow. And but I went to rehab, got everything back. But yeah, definitely take the help. Don't be trying to He-Man it, whatever. No, it's not worth it. Just get the help. People are there. They see you tear down. Say, yeah, can you help me? Okay, what do you help with? Hey, can you just give them something to do? Because they're trying to fulfill that, that need. They want to help. Give them something to do, and then that's it.
Yeah.
But
And it's not just your physical health either. Like you were mentioning, like anxiety and depression, like mental health
hmm
matters too. So it's like take breaks, talk to somebody, protect your. My mom used to always say, and I have a tattoo on my back that my mom would always, if I was ever getting down or depressed or stressed or anxious, my mom is 78 years old in a nursing facility with dementia.
hmm
So, and she still lives by these words today. She tells everybody if anybody is ever down or they're mad or they're pissed off or just having a bad day, my mom would use 3 words, and she says, "Protect your peace."
yes,
My mom would say that all the time, and she's still to this day. It's one thing she hasn't ever forgot. She's always telling me, she's like, "Protect your peace," and just so.
yep. Protect the peace, because by you protecting your peace, you're essentially protecting yourself.
Yep, exactly.
Protect yourself. Yeah. Cool. All right,
But
man. Epic. I appreciate you coming on. Anything else you want to share to the
I
group?
appreciate.
You got us.
No, I mean, if you don't mind, people like my social link is at DJ Epic Cuts. I post mixes all the time, so I'm more or less like an open format DJ. I do like a lot of club mixing, so I do a lot of
Okay.
nightclubs, and I do make edits and stuff. I've made edits for DJ City and Club Killers and things like that. I used to go by a name before. I used to go by the name DJ Skill Set. So there
Okay.
was a lot of like edits of mine on DJ City. I recently changed my name and stuff, but um I make edits and remixes and mashups, and they're all on my Facebook and Instagram. So,
Can you
but
put it in the chat so that way it'll be easy for us to just clink? So just
yeah,
link it
yeah,
in,
for
in the
sure.
chat so that way it'll be easy. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Sounds
Appreciate
good.
you. And I
But
probably have
no
all your
problem.
stuff. I probably have some of your stuff downloaded already too.
Probably. Yeah. The biggest one that I did a ladies bootleg. It was a ladies skill set blackout edit.
Yeah.
Or blackout bootleg and stuff. And that was on DJ City. That went pretty far.
Okay.
But but I appreciate
Cool.
you letting me come on, man.
Yeah, of course, man. Appreciate it, Epic, and thank you for sharing your story, bro.
No problem. Talk to you later.
Hey, yep, and hey, we're all about that VIP parking around here. No shame, no shame.
Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
All right, big dog. Oh man, cool. That is dope, man. All right, how do I get back to? There we go. There it is, man. Look at that. Are we back? All right, back. We're here. We're here. We're here. Check, check, check. Yeah, they can hear me. All right. Yeah, man. So look, take care of yourself. It's funny that Epic put that up because my wife, like I said, I turn 45 next month. My wife has been telling me like the last year, hey, go get your prostate checked. All right, go get your prostate checked. So I went to my PCM for the VA, and I said, hey, my wife is concerned, you know, I've been wanting to get this checked, but the VA has a strict policy on they don't start doing that screening until like 45. So best believe I have a appointment with them on September 1st. So 2 weeks after I turn 45, I'm gonna be up in there. Well, I'm gonna be up in there and they're gonna be up in me, so to speak. With that being said, is there anybody in the chat has had their prostate exam? Is there any tips? anything that I should ask, uh, anything that I should bring to her attention for, because one thing that someone told me in the past is just make sure that I do the version to where they put me out. So that's really the only thing that I know. I'm assuming that there's different versions of they don't put you out, they do put you out. So does anybody have any other that has done it? What should I take to the doctor? Should I ask them to put me out? Just kind of prep me on what I should know since I'm probably going to be doing this in the near future since I'm turning 45 next month. So let me know. And I know this stream like took a whole, turn, but this is real stuff that we're talking about. Talk about health. Yes, DJing is one side of it. Let me take this off. DJing is one side of it, but as we get older, we can't DJ if we're not healthy. Having a collapsed lung, our lifestyles is very different from, I guess, the normal, a normal job, because it's really like we're like the Wild Wild West. We just got to make sure that we are where we're supposed to be when we're supposed to be at. So someone's paying for a service. That is a gift and a curse. It's the gift because we have a lot of autonomy to kind of do what we want, but also too, a curse is we have the autonomy to do what we want. Like there's no rules. So what those rules is whenever we don't have any guidelines, things like this happen. What I mean by things like this happen, we eating the wrong stuff. We're not working out because we think that okay, we're gigging is working out. It's not the same, or it's just kind of like there's no guidelines. So it all plays into each other, and I think there's a point for to just make sure that we have this conversation to be like, look, if you're getting older, don't be ashamed. Check yourself out because you can't do what you do if you're not healthy. Um, Same thing too about the whole handicap placard thing. Yes, some people may feel a certain way. I don't care. I do not care. I call it VIP parking. If someone asks me how do I got it, I tell them, but don't be ashamed. So that should be proof enough to look. Don't be ashamed. Check yourself out because if you don't check yourself out, you don't want to be regretting it. And then if you do regret it or if you don't check yourself out and if something happened, you can only blame yourself because you may have been pushing something up under the rug. And also too, if you don't check yourself out, you're probably going to feel even more depressed because now you cannot even do the things that you want to do. You cannot DJ how you want to do. You can't take these gigs and do all that. So now I know, and I'm pretty sure if you guys are somewhat like me, like if I don't DJ, like I feel a certain way. I remember whenever my daughter was born, our daughter was born, um, and I wasn't DJing, I told my wife, I said, look, like I need to get out and I need to DJ because I was just in the house depressed. Yes, I was thinking I was doing the right thing of being like a good husband and trying to be there for my wife, which yes, I was. But whenever she has the baby and, like we're just sitting there twiddling our thumbs and I'm like, look, like I need to be out, getting gigs and being in the atmosphere because DJing is a part of me. Like I've been DJing, since I was 1999. I didn't meet my wife until 2006. We didn't get married until 2012. So that, DJing is a big part of me. I'm 45 now. So DJing has became a part of you. And I know that if you don't DJ, you're probably going to feel depressed or going to feel some type of way. Well, if you know that you're going to feel that way, guess what happens if you have a medical condition, or something happens because you didn't check yourself out and you are no longer a DJ. Now that you not DJing has now became something that you are choosing not to do. Like you are not choosing because you're not choosing not to DJ because you don't want to. You are now choosing not to DJ because you cannot because of whatever health condition. So just want to throw that out there for everyone. Hey, get yourself checked. If you're 45, get your prostate. Even if you're in your 40s, put pressure on your doctors because I think prostate is something is a big thing for like males, especially as we get older. So I'm not sure what the stats is on it, but that's just me telling you, hey, if I got your attention right now, don't be scared to go get out and get yourself checked. Because if you don't, you may not be DJing, not because you don't want to, because you cannot. So sorry to go, off on a tangent or go left on this, but we just want to make sure that we are all on the same page, especially because I got you guys' attention and we was on the subject. And thank you again, Epic, for coming on. And yeah, and that's the first time that I did the interview thing. using the Ecamm Live. I got to make sure that next time I'm prepared to have this set up. Halfway through, I found out that I can split screen, but I wasn't sure how to take take the picture off. I'm gonna have to troubleshoot that. But if anybody else want to come on the stream, if anyone else want to come on the stream, let me know. I'll throw the link in there. And you can come on and ask a question, and you know, join the stream, man. Yep. The fast foods. Yep. Hey, and I've done it before because I get done from weddings. Ain't nothing open but Taco Bell. And you hungry? Because you know, whenever we do the vendor's meal, the vendor meal be trash. So yeah. So ain't nothing open but Taco Bell. We gotta hit that Taco Bell. VIP parking. Yep, you already know. Yep. Hey, get that Tesla. And going back to the Tesla, so I got the Tesla. So going back into whenever you get a piece of equipment, you want to make sure that you know, use it so that way you get the money back. That was my story with the Tesla. So I bought the Tesla so that way, well, I wanted it, and whenever I got the Tesla, I did Uber and Lyft with the Tesla, so that way I could pay it off because I wanted it so bad. I got the Tesla, and when I got it, I strictly used it for Uber and Lyft, so that way, you know, I could keep the Tesla. So that was my motivation of when I got it, I did Uber and Lyft. So I was a DJ who was doing Uber and Lyft. A lot of people don't know that, but if you follow me back whenever I was streaming on Twitch back during the pandemic, I actually told my chat, I said, I think I want a Tesla. And then I ended up getting a Tesla. And yeah, it's a wrap. But yeah, Tesla's dope. I saw Steven that said he wanted a Model Y. Yes, uh, I will be getting the Model Y. So my daughter, she'll be getting my Model 3. And then whenever she turned, you know, 16, she's 13 now. And then I'll be getting the Model Y. So I'll give her the Model 3, the which I have now, and then I'll get the Model Y. And then that's gonna be it with that. So my wife, she don't like, she's not really sold on the electric stuff. So once again, DJ Espresso said, DJ Epic, thank you for sharing. These are great things DJs don't talk about. Exactly. Physical health, mental health, yep, yep. Health tax from gigging. Yep, definitely. And yeah, definitely. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. So DJ pools, um, I use is heavy hits, but there's a bunch of them out there. Heavy hits, DJ City, uh, there's Beatport. Um, there's a bunch of them. Franchise, BPM Supreme. There's a bunch. But yeah, there's a bunch of. But yeah, yeah. So DJ pools definitely. I said DJ should at least have at least one record pool. But one thing on record pools, what? Yes, you should have one, but you should not keep a record pool if you're not using it. So like right now, my next gig is until October, and I'm not subscribed to any record pools right now. So for the next like 3 months, I'm not doing any gigs. So well, I'm going to give them that extra $25, $30 a month. So I'm saving $100. So pro tip, if you have a down season, cancel or suspend your record pool. And hopefully you're not paying for the yearly subscription, because if you pay for the yearly subscription, you're already into that. So monthly it out. Whenever you have that downtime, you know, cut it, and then whenever you need it, start it back up. That's a pro tip for you guys out there. Okay. Have you ever transported with the Tesla? Transported meaning I haven't did any gigs with the Tesla because nothing would fit in there. Um, but I have transported people when I was doing Uber and Lyft. So yeah. There it is. DJ Epics. There it is. Right there. There it is. Yep, baseline. Yep. So I'll let you guys know how that goes whenever I do my my screener. So none of y'all have any oh, here we go. PSA a blood test, do the finger exam to check the size. PSA do PSA is blood test. Sometimes they do a finger exam to check the size. Okay. All right. So look out for the finger exam. Go to sleep for the colon exam unless you up uppy Poop in the box. Okay. I did the poop in the box thing, which is like the nastiest thing that I've ever done in my life. A colonoscopy exam, they'll put you under so you can sleep invasive, poop in a box, and you okay, cool. So yeah. So yeah, that's on par with people were telling me, man, just to have them put me to sleep. So yeah. IHOP or Denny's. Yeah. We don't really have any well, we do have IHOPs, but they're definitely out the way. There's a Denny's, but Denny's I'm not be trying to sit down, man. I'm trying to just get my food and go. But yeah, Taco Bell, yep, exactly. Hey, so hey, look, man, whenever you're hungry, 1 a.m., like you just trying to get some food. You just trying to get some food, man. You just trying to get some food. You'll worry about the repercussions later. Tesla Model Y L is the when the new model. So is the new model coming out? Oh, okay. So the new Model Y long is coming out in September, October. It probably won't be September, October. It'll probably be it'll probably be whatever new Model Y is coming out. Probably like 2020, 2029. That's whenever she'll be good. So 2029, 2020, 30. That's whenever. And by that time, they're probably gonna be refreshing the new Model Y. So yeah, can't wait for that. This is some healthy, nastiest. Hey man, Steve. Hey, somebody gotta talk about it. Hey, we all adults here, but the thing is, it's it's awareness, awareness, awareness. If DJs talk about it, this is the norm. You know, so if we can talk about it, then know that it's okay. It's it shouldn't be cringe because we're making it okay to talk about it because of the elephant in the room. We don't want to be put on the sideline because we have to because we can't because here's what happens here and this is real talk. This is real talk. Remember, people are already they're paying us a lot of our gigs. We are paid in advance, and what you don't want is for, let's say, for example, someone has paid you for New Year's already. Deposits already done. Boom, boom, boom. Money's already in the bank, right? Money's already spent. Something happens to you in like October, November. You can't do the event on New Year's. They've already paid you. What are you gonna do? Now, what you have to do is, since you can't do it, but because you physically cannot do it, now you got to find somebody else to cover for you. All right. So what that looks like is whatever they paid you for their gig. Now you got to come out of pocket because remember the money is probably already spent. Now you got to come out of pocket and pay them whatever they asked for, or you're gonna have to forfeit and be like, "Hey, I can't do your gig. Here's your money back." All right, whatever it looks like. So if the money's already spent, now you got to come out, put the money back, money that you are wasn't accounted for, paying back, or you got to pay somebody else to do the gig that you can't do, and whatever their fee is, it could be more than what you paid. It could be not, but still that's money, extra money that you've already accounted for is now going somewhere else. All right. The absolute worst is for you to have to give them their money back, which is probably the easiest. What I would probably do is probably give them their money back. But then when they give them the money back, if you want to do that, you have to do that in a timely manner because you don't want to put them in a bind to where, oh, he just gave us our money back a month before the wedding, a week before our wedding. Now you're putting them in a bind because now that's not gonna look good because now they're already ready to bash you in the comments, leave that nasty review, all something that was out of your control because you you know we can't control what's not gonna what's gonna happen. We can't control that. So whatever happens. Depending on hopefully we hope that it happens sooner than later, and we don't want it to happen like a week or 2 weeks or even that crunch time because now even if we give them their money back, now they have to scramble to find some, and it's not going to end well. So we want to get ahead of it to make sure we're taking care of ourselves. All right, cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So they says no hookah or Brooks in your shoe. Hey, man. Hey, I am seriously considering the Hokas or the Brooks because like I'm already on these right here. Like I'm already on these Hirachis, these joints here. Like these are already like my go-to. Like whenever like I'm like doing gigs. If you look at my gigs, I'm like wearing these Hirachis. These are good too. These are comparable to the Hokas or the Brooks. But yeah, even like right now, like I'm on a I got this camera lost me. Um even now, man. Oh, so how can I hold up. Even though hold on, I'm figure this out. But anyway, even me standing right now, I got this up under my feet. So hold on, I gotta figure out how to get this one off me. Get this one off me. How do I I need hold on, man. Hold on. I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, that's my first time using. Hold on. I gotta figure this out. Scenes, overlays. Nope. If I change cameras, so that is there. Oh yeah, Jay. Yeah, the Hirachis. Oh yeah. So let me tell you about the Hirachis though. Um, they are Disney approved, Disney tested. So the very, 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 very first Hirachis that I wore, the reason why I wore the Hirachis, I was still in the Air Force, and I was a recruiter, and my coworker, I told my coworker that I was going to Disney, and she said, "Hey, you better get you some comfortable shoes." She always wore Hirachis. I never liked Hirachis because I didn't like the way they looked. They just look ugly for me, like the little back part, the way they stick out. I didn't like that. But I took a word for it. I bought some red Hirachis, and look, best investment. Like I walked a lot. We was in Disney for like 3 days. We did 3 days in Disney, then we did 3 days in Vegas. And I wore the Hirachis, and my wife's feet was killing them. But no, I think my wife had Hirachis too. Um, there were some days that like my feet were really hurting, but I know they would have hurt more without Hirachis. But my feet felt so comfortable. So yes, Hirachis, they're Disney approved. If you're gonna be doing a lot of walking, Hirachis is what you want to put on your feet. Yes, game changers. Oh, and I got, bro. You wanna know how many Hirachis I got? I got, trust me, I got a lot of Hirachis. I got in here. I have one, two, one, two, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I got I got 7 pair. I got 7 pair in this room here, and then in my other room, I probably got at least another. I probably got about 20 pair of Hirachis. 20 pair, and I threw some of them away because I didn't wear them no more. So yeah, Hirachis, Hirachis are yes. Get your pair of Hirachis. What other questions y'all got, man? Hey, can can somebody look up how do I take off this one on its guest mode. I don't know how to. I'm using Ecamm Live, and when I switch to this camera here, this little split screen comes up for the one. I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of that. It's probably simple, interview chat, but I'm not sure how I do it. If not, I'm just probably just going to just go to this camera here. All right. Epic says, oh, hold on. So where do you get sneaker cases? So those I got it from Amazon. So let me show you I got it from Amazon. Let me see shoe case. Yeah, these are it right here. Yeah. These are it. The mesh in the back. Yeah, yeah. Copy that, and then I'm going to paste this in the chat. I don't know why that came up like that, but that's the link to the cases that I use. Okay, so how to turn off. Okay, how to turn off. How to turn off interview mode and interview menu by going to the top menu bar, selecting window, and toggle the switch in the interview. All right, so go to this camera. It says in the interview window by going to the top, going to the top menu bar, selecting window, click the interview. Window, interview. No, that's that's interview. That's bringing up the window. Click the toggle switch in the interview. All right, so that right there is, so I'm on the interview and it's off, but the split screen, so it's toggled off. And that's what I did to get out of it. But for some reason, the other half is still there. I'm not sure how to turn that off. It's all good. I probably troubleshoot it, man. Window off, window off. Yeah, it's not working. Because it seems like it should be. Hold on. Okay. Okay, there we go. So the fix to that was the camera switcher. What I did was I hit camera switcher, and that is what turned it off. So camera switcher is what I did. Cool. Now we're back in action. Back. I know, right? I wasn't. Hey, I don't want to reboot everything. Then the stream go down. My And my backup plan was just gonna be to restart everything. I said, nah, it's not that serious. If anything, I'll just stick with I'll stick with the other I'll stick with the other camera. But yeah, man. Make sure we caught up on all the chat. Gotta link that. Okay. Gotta link the pad that I'm standing on. Okay. Let me link that for you. Actually, here, let's do this. Let's go to Amazon. Amazon. Orders. Matt. Got it. Where is the share button? Okay. Copy. And this right here is the mat that I'm on. Peace. That right there's the mat. Just so I know. This right here's the mat that I'm so this is the way this right here's the one I got. That's the one I got there. Cost $80. 80 for the mat. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hey man, gotta put how we say? Gotta take care of yourself as DJs. Gotta take care of yourself. So if you're just tuning in right now, man, it's a Sunday. I figured I'd take a few hours out of my day to be available for the community. Ask me any questions about DJing, DJ business, pretty much about my gig logs, anything that you guys want to know. This is what I'm here for. I'm here. Hey, tell me this. Where are you guys watching from? Are you watching from your phone? Are you watching from your TV or a tablet? So mobile, uh, or TV or tablet. Let me know. Or desktop. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Oh, and that's what I want to show you guys. Yes. And I got something for you guys too. Got something for y'all, man. Got something for y'all. Where y'all tuning in from? Guess I'll probably put it in chat. Chat. Chat is faster. Where's everybody watching from? Are you watching from a TV, a tablet, phone, desktop? And also too, just in case you guys didn't know, the chat is actually faster than the actual video. So if you're watching, like Edward says, so Epic says he's on MacBook. All right. Tremendous, he's on PC. Steve is on phone. Edward's on MacBook. Espresso, he's on his phone. Mind of Wisdom, I'm sorry, Mind of Slim, he's on his phone. So if you're watching this, the video is actually behind, but the chat is actually faster. And I'm going to tell you this right now. So as you're watching this, you're seeing this like 30 seconds, about 25 seconds later. I'm going to show you how behind the actual video is and show you how fast the chat is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna speak what I'm gonna say in the chat, and then by the time you hear it, you're gonna already have read it. All right. So here we go. The video is slow, but the chat is faster. I'm putting it in the chat, and you're gonna see it on the chat before you hear it on your phone or TV. Yep, 27 seconds. 27 seconds. 27 seconds. Yep. So y'all see how different that is? 20, so almost 30 seconds from whenever you see me or hear me say something. So chat is normally faster. So I could pretty much have a conversation with y'all in the chat, and then we could probably be like 2-3 minutes ahead video wise, depending on what we're talking about. So just kind of keep that in mind as what we're doing. So if you want to, I guess, be in the future, the chat is where it's at. All right. So one thing that I want to show you guys is YouTube. All right. So let's go to let's talk YouTube. All right. So every one of you, so before when I was telling you about start documenting yourself now. Part of why you are documenting it is for you to document it on YouTube. YouTube is becoming uh YouTube is becoming what people YouTube is becoming like Netflix. All right, long form. People are starting to use YouTube like cable TV. All right, people are using it for entertainment. People are using it to solve problems. People are using it to to find answers to their questions, to listen to music. Pretty much do everything on YouTube. All right, so um, I realize that. And I'm sharing this with you guys because I mean, y'all have been on here, for a while. You guys are about your business, and I want to share with you what I don't really conversate or share with other people. All right. Um, so knowing that YouTube is like this platform, so what I'm doing is this is why another reason why I am concentrating on putting a lot of content on YouTube, because once you start putting content on YouTube, YouTube will help you get discovered um better than any other platform that's out there, better than Instagram, better than TikTok. So I would say if in 2026, if you are going to if you're going to get or want to go all in, excuse me, I got hiccups. If you want to go all in on a social media platform, YouTube is the one that you should. For the number one, aside from getting monetized or anything like that, you should get it. Even if you have a business, you should want to put stuff on YouTube. The reason why is because whenever you put something on YouTube, it's going to be there forever. And what I mean by forever is the discoverability. So let's say, for example, if you put something on TikTok or put something on Facebook or put something on Instagram, it's only going to live there. Well, it'll be there, stored there. But as far as being discoverable, if you put a reel, it's YouTube, Instagram is only going to push your reel out for a little bit, and then it's going to go down. If you put a story is only going to be there for 24 hours. Same thing on TikTok. TikTok reels, TikTok shorts, the stories, it's only going to be temporary. All right. Same thing with Facebook. It's only going to be temporary. With YouTube, it is going to continue to put your videos in front of people a year from now, 2 years from now, 6 months from now. It's going to continue because millions of people are searching for things, keywords on YouTube, which is why YouTube is always, things going to live forever on YouTube, and YouTube is always going to keep recommending your stuff, because if you make a piece of content, it's not going to die as it would on Instagram or Facebook or anything else. YouTube is it's a search engine like Google, and if you know this, um, whenever you type something on Google, a lot of times you will see a YouTube video that is attached to it, because now YouTube is starting to index your videos. And whenever you type something into Google, whatever it is, a problem, a solution, or whatever you're looking for, and if there's a video on it, it will be there. And whenever you click on a YouTube video, you don't have to watch the whole video. It goes directly to that piece of whenever you're talking about that question or whatever topic that that person typed. Okay. So knowing that, it should be a reason why you should, you know what, I want to start doing YouTube seriously, because if you understand that, then you will start to understand, okay, if you start creating now, you have now a library of content that will live forever. And now this library is now searchable, and you can get monetized off of it, you know, forever. All right. But get monetized, and I made a video on that already on how to get monetized. But once you are monetized on YouTube, then your videos are now working for you. When people search, people watch your video, you get ads on your video, you get paid from those ads. If you have a course or a service or something attached to the YouTube video, now your YouTube video is now a billboard for that your service. So let's say, for example, if you are a DJ and you're trying to get gigs in Pennsylvania or in New York or in Texas or in Houston or wherever you are, all right, you will start a YouTube channel, and you would put that service-based business locally. So that way, whenever people are on YouTube and looking for a DJ or looking for whatever, your YouTube video will come up. They can learn more about you, and then that's how you can get booked. That is aside from the monetization AdSense. AdSense is just like icing on top. All right, that's just making money while you sleep by people watching your videos. All right, that will eventually come, but you have to start making videos first. You have to go all in on YouTube, so that way you can start to get that reoccurring revenue, pretty much like a business. All right, I think there's a stat out there that says like 1% that gets monetized or something like that on YouTube. But I want to tell you guys that DJs, you have an unfair advantage, because you can get monetized in 30 days. I made a video on that on my YouTube page. All right, I can show you that video, so that way you guys have the secret sauce on you know uh on getting monetized. All right. So this video right here, whenever you guys are done, make sure you watch this video right here. All right. Paste that video. That video right there is going to break down on how I got monetized in 30 days, and you can too. It's super easy. All right. And really all you got to do is about making your mixes, R&B specifically, 90s R&B. Make a really, you need to make one. Only thing you need is one to pop off, and that will get you your 4,000 hours of watch time. That's how I got mine. All right. So this video breaks it down. All right. So that's how you get, so that's the path on. As a DJ, this should be your priority in 2026, is get it on YouTube, making your page, and start putting out content. One of the first content that you should start putting out is making a mix. The reason why you make the mix is because what if you make the R&B mix? What happens is you make the mix, people, the algorithm will push that mix out to people that are not DJs, just regular people looking for music to listen to while they're going to work, while they're in the office, or while they're doing chores around the house, and they're listening to your 90s R&B mix in the background, and those mixes are racking up watch hours, watch time on that. Those watch times is going to get you monetized. Now, that is the quickest way to do that. Now, you don't have to worry about the songs being copyrighted or anything like that, because we're talking about two different things here. All right, we're talking about getting you monetized, not making money on that mix. Those mixes that you make will count towards getting your 4,000 watch hours that you need to be able to make money on YouTube. Once you make your mixes, and what I recommend you doing is like for like 3 weeks, just be committed, put out at least 2 weeks a week for like, let's call it like a month. Put out 2 weeks a week, two R&B mixes a week for a month. So you're talking 2, 4, 6, 8. You're talking 8 mixes. Put them out. By the end of 30 days, you should be monetized. Once you get to monetization, you're probably going to be getting subs, and you need 1,000. So in order to get monetized, you need 4,000 watch hours, and you need 1,000 subs. I say the 1,000 subs is the hardest. The 4,000 watch hours are easy because you're going to do the hack that I told you about putting an R&B mix. 90s R&B. Do not do anything else. Do not do current hip hop or old school hip hop. 90s R&B, that is a secret sauce. I'm telling you that because that's what I did. All right. All that I need is one, and that one popped off. I will show you that one that popped off. All right. If you go to let's see, R90s. This one right here. This one right here. So this 90s R&B mix right here. This is the one. This is the one that got me over the top. All right. In the beginning, boom, it got me my 2,000 watch hours. Well, it got me over halfway there. And like I said, if you do 2 a week, you only need 1 to pop. All right. You're probably going to have 2 to pop, but all you need is one, and this is on 9,000 views, but don't worry about the views. You look about the watch time. This right here was an hour. All right. So you got an hour. It was an hour, 6 minutes. Okay. That right there is all you need. All right. And then this right here was the one that put me over the top. They got me monetized. All right. The video tells you all that. Once you get monetized, all right. Once you get your 4,000 watch hours, which you will if you do what I tell you, and then with that, you're going to be getting your subs. All right. You're probably going to get your subs in lieu of people watching your videos. All right. So the subs are going to come. Once you get monetized, okay, we're going to stop making these types of videos. All right. We're going to stop putting mixes because these mixes is not something that you can continue to put out that's going to get you monetized on because of the copyright issue. Now, there are songs that you can make a mix on that you can get revenue off of. And I have the tool called MixVerify for that, as you already know. If you don't know, I'm going to put it into the chat. All right. MixVerify. Here. Copy. Paste. Boom. This is the MixVerify app right here. All right. So DJ Steve says, how long should the mixes be? An hour. An hour. MixVerify, this is a database that I created. This right here is all those songs that you can play. All right. And all these songs that's in green, you won't get flagged for this. You'll be able to play these songs and you can be able to get monetized off of it, meaning the revenue that you get off ads, you're going to have to split it with the creators of this. I made a website. It's called MixVerify. It's a community-driven database that shows you the songs that you can play to get paid off of your mixes. All right. And then there are songs that are claimed or blocked. All right. So all these songs, these are songs that if you do play, they will not get you monetized. All right. So there's more of these than the songs that are not good to go. So not to want to stay off track. So these are the tools that you can use so that way you can get mixes, put mixes out, get monetized. Once you are monetized, you want to stop doing mixes. All right, because really the only reason why we're doing mixes is to get monetized. Now we can start making money on YouTube. We stopped doing mixes, and now this is where we start doing our gig logs. These gig logs is so what I'm doing is I'm putting out gig logs so that way gig logs is a form of content that you can monetize, meaning that when people watch your video, you're going to get AdSense off of. So you're going to get paid off of your YouTube videos that you make. But first step is to get monetized, because if you start doing gig logs now, you're kind of like spinning your wheels because you're making gig logs. It's going to take you longer to get monetized. And all those views that you're going to be getting, and they're not going to count towards being monetized. They just count towards watch hours, but it's a lot more harder to catch traction that way versus doing this. Doing the mixes are the cheat code. All right. So boom. I know. Hey, Steve, like you said, 1 hour, easy work. Easy work. And when I talk about easy, you don't have to talk. All you got to do is just mix. Mix in, mix out. Mix in, mix out. No talking, no sound effects, no shout outs, no nothing. Just straight basic mixes. Because the people that are listening to this, they aren't DJs. They're regular Aunt Judy, cousin Tina, um, aunties and uncles. They're just trying to find something to listen to on their way to work, or they're at work, or they're working out and they just want some music to listen to. They aren't DJs. So the whole mixing and shouting out, keep it super basic. The people that are watching this are not going to be the people that are going to watch our page long term. We're just using this hack to get monetized. All right. So do this, and then once you get monetized, then you're going to stop doing mixes. If you do mixes, the only mixes that you should be using, or the only songs that you should be using, are the songs that are from MixVerify that you can make money off of. All right. So once you get monetized, then at that time you should pivot and now start putting out your gig logs, so that your gig logs, any other behind the scenes content, or if you want to do tutorials or whatever the case may be, now you can start being a real creator on YouTube. So that's the path. Do the mixes, get monetized. Once you get monetized, say, fuck the mixes. Now I'm going to start making real content that I can make money off of. That real content is tutorials, gig logs, educational stuff, behind the scenes. If you do pottery, or hey guys, I'm going to show you how to hook up this, or tutorials, whatever case may be. Or even if you're not even into that, gardening, whatever, now you are able to, your content can now make you money, but you can't do that without doing the mixes first. And I say mixes because that's the easiest way. All right. So that's the first thing I want to show you guys. All right. So as a DJ, this is easy for us. You probably got mixes already in your crates, already made. Just load them joints up, hit record on Serato, boom. Let the whole song play. You ain't gotta, quick mix like I'm not trying. You ain't gotta make this harder than it has to be. Because remember, the people that are listening to this mix, they aren't DJs. You're not trying to impress anybody. You listen to Aunt Judy, cousin Tina. They don't care what the mix. They just want to hear some 90s R&B while they're doing a thing. So this is the rationale behind that. All right. Not trying to beat a dead horse, but that's that. All right. That's the first thing I want to show you guys. All right. The second thing that I want to show you guys on YouTube is I want to show you some analytics. All right. So what I want to show you what I make on YouTube. All right, and kind of show you I'm trying to show you what you want to be concentrating on. Okay, once you get monetized, and I started with the monetization so that way you can see what to expect. But then once you get past that, I'm gonna foreshadow what you want to look out for. All right, drop you these gems. All right, so you go to your analytics. All right, so this is a 30-day window of what I made on YouTube. All right, so this right here is the last 28 days. Made almost $500. 664 subs. Watch time is 5.5 thousand, and I got 80,000 views. Okay, so what I want to bring your attention is the subs. I have less than 5,000 subs. All right. So whenever you are doing YouTube, the path is, first, you're going to do your mixes. All right. Once you get your mixes done, now you're monetized. The content that I feel that is the most bang for your buck, if you're really trying to make this get money off of YouTube. All right. As a DJ, gig logs is what you want to gig logs is what you want to create, because gig logs is what other DJs like you are searching for. Gig logs is the #1 search term for YouTube for DJ content. So this is why a lot of people watch gig logs, because they want to see what other DJs doing. Gig logs and my keywords, I always, you trust me, I've done the research already. Gig logs is what you want to make. All right. If you look at all of my videos, all right. So if I go to analytics and I go to we go to see more. Actually, you know what? Let's do this now. Let's do this. Let's go to content. Let's go to short by views. All right. So I'm gonna go to YouTube and I'm gonna sort by views. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. All right, so where you guys can see this. All right. So this right here, my highest grossing video. This right here is the gig log by 100 Wedding. I'm pretty sure all of you guys seen this. All right. Gig log. 43,000 views. Revenue, $500. That's just off ads. All right. My next highest video. All right. Another gig log, corporate gig log. All right. So this right here was uploaded August 24th. This right here was uploaded May 25th. 32,000 views. And this video has got me $300 off of ads. Okay. Then this right here is the corporate gig log. All right. The mall gig log. This right here, uploaded on August 5th, 2025. Got 22,000 views, made me $70. All right. And then after that, I did a lot of tips video. All right. Dropped down to 30. All right. But then my next video, another gig log. This right here was $122. So you see the trend. You see the highest grossing videos are the gig log. This is why I'm telling you, if you do videos on YouTube, gig logs is the bread and butter. Gig logs is what the algorithm like. Gig log is what DJs wanting to see. This is what Euro guys are watching. Look at the museum. All right. The museum, pretty sure a lot of you guys seen it. The museum gig log. All right. Uploaded on July 2nd. 10,000 views, $118. All right. As of now. So this video will continue to make me money as time go on. As my followers grow, my audience is going to grow, my reach is going to grow. YouTube is going to start sending people this video. So while I'm asleep, you can make money on ads while you sleep. Now, ad revenue, that is just a small piece of the pie. All right. If you look at any big YouTuber, all right, and look into their analytics, you're going to see that the ad revenue is a small portion of making money. You're not going to make a lot of money off of ad revenue. All right. It's very small portion, but it's something. So I'm telling you this because one video could buy you the Osmo Pocket 3. It could buy you a new controller. It could buy you, a new mic or a new mixer. All right. It can do that for you. All right. But that's not the big picture. What you should do as you're building your community, as you're documenting what you do, as you start to find your niche, all right, you should have something in that video that's outside of ads that you should be monetizing on. Whether if it's a course, whether if it's you teaching something, whether you should what if it's booking you? Like you can put your booking link, all right? So that way if you make content for your brides, now your YouTube video can be a flagship for people to see what you do. Oh, I like the way he does what he does. Now I'm going to look down in his link in bio and I'm going to reach out and book him to do a $1,000 wedding or $2,000 wedding. All right. So now that one video, yes, you're now getting ad revenue on that video, which is very, very minute. But let's say, for example, if you get one booking off of that video because you talked to a bride or that video resonated with a bride and you know, that bride wants to book you because now you've shown what you do in a wedding in a gig log. Or it doesn't really have to be a gig log. It can really be just you explaining what you do for weddings. Just you talking to a bride. All right. That bride finds it. That bride books you for that gig, and now that gig is going to be, you know, I'm pretty sure that gig is going to be more than what the YouTube ads are paying you. All right. So if I get one gig, you know, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, whatever. Now you just made $4,000, $3,000, $1,000 off of that one video. But yes, you still get ad revenue off of it, but that ad revenue doesn't even touch what you actually got off the gig. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, you're going to make YouTube content, and that YouTube ad content, yes, that's going to be recurring revenue, but the message behind the actual video is what you should be concentrating on. You should have a message, and the message be, hey, book me. I'm available for weddings, private events, corporate events, quinceañeras, sweet 16s, whatever. Or, hey, I have coaching, I have mentorship, I have a course, I have an ebook. You know, you have this service, you have that service, you know, whatever the case may be. You need to have something underlying that video, because yes, AdSense, it will make you money, but that's going to be a small portion of what is capable of what you're doing with YouTube. So I just want to kind of put that, kind of let you guys know what's up when it comes to YouTube, and kind of share my numbers so that way you can see, okay, damn, he's making money, but it's not really that much money. But if I book a gig off of it, or if I sell a course, or whatever the case may be, that is where, because you're getting reach. So what are you going to do with that reach? If, let's say, for example, I mean, look at this. If you do like, I already told you, like my highest grossing YouTube video was 43,000 views. All right. But it only made me $500, $600, call it, off of 43,000 people. So think of it as like an arena. All right. You went to Madison Square Garden. All right. Madison Square Garden holds 40,000 people. All right. 40,000 people. You have 40,000 people into Madison Square Garden. All right. Madison Square Garden is like your video. All right. You got 43,000 eyeballs looking at you. Hey guys, I'm DJ so and so. What's up? All right. Yes, they paid the admission to get in. That is the ad revenue. But now that they're in Madison Square Garden, now they're looking at you, where are you going to tell them to go? Are they going to book you? Are they going to buy your course? Are they going to book a service? What are they going to you? Because if you don't have anything for them, guess what? They paid their admission, they saw you, and now they bounced. And all you're going to come out of is like the $500 what I got. But if you have something behind that video, a service, something behind that, that is where the real money is at. So this is how I want you to approach YouTube. Now that you know the sauce, okay, get monetized. After get monetized, okay, start making videos that I can monetize off of. But that video, by up under it, it needs to have a substance. Like it needs to have something up under it, which is going to take you to your website to where they can book you or whatever. You need to have another product, because you're already going to get the reach. But that reach, yes, you're going to get views off of it, which the views are very minute. But the product behind it, that is where the real money coming into. So that's what I tell you. All right. Last thing that I want to tell you on this subject. Now, let's look at watch time. Okay. So, so this video right here, this is the this is the 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 museum, gig log that I did. All right. Can y'all tell me why? Can y'all tell me why the average duration of this is 10 minutes? Okay. Tell me this. Whenever, and I want you to be completely honest. Whenever you're watching my videos, are you watching it all the way through, or are you skipping to the good parts? This is a real question, real answer. Let me put it in the chat so that way you know. How much of my videos are you watching? Are you watching them all the way through, or are you skipping to the good parts? I put in the chat. Let me know. Epic says watch it all the way through, which I think that's probably like, I mean, y'all are my diehards, which is why I'm sharing this with you. So I would expect as much, but the majority of the people, I would say they aren't DJs. Well, I'm pretty sure they are. They are DJs, but y'all are the outliers. DJ Steve says all the way through. Yes, expected. All right, but analytics says out of the 10,000 people that has watched it, the average duration is 10 minutes, which is not bad. I mean, that is, common. All right. But whenever you are watching these videos, whenever you are making videos, what you want to do is you want to look at this curve. This curve right here. This right here shows when people are clicking off pretty much their behavior. So your first drop off of your video is going to happen in the first 30 seconds. All right. So from 51 seconds on, that's where most of the stable audience is. And anytime you see a rise, that's whenever someone rewatch something. Whenever there's a dip, all right, a dip is whenever someone sped past it. All right. So, and where these dips are, and this is how I know these dips are from this museum video. This is from whenever, remember on the during the museum I started talking to the owners. The majority of the people did not like that. Not y'all. Y'all are outliers, but the masses, it dipped. So this is a good insight for me. So whenever I put out a video, I watch it back. I look at see how y'all are interacting to the video, meaning, okay, when are they scrolling away? What are they rewatching? Looking for all the dips and the spikes and all that stuff. So that way I can now tweak the videos moving forward. So moving forward for my next geek log, for this one, I kind of cut out some of those parts whenever I was talking with the manager and things like that, because whenever, well, I didn't cut it completely out. I just made it straight to the point. So that way I'm not neglecting you guys, because you guys like that stuff. You guys are outliers. But for the masses, what I did is kind of found a middle ground, meaning I'm not gonna let it play as long, but I will just cut straight to the part so that way you guys can get the value, and then that's it. So another thing too on this part, another dip was, I think the dip was here. You guys didn't like, actually, another part in this video, this part here, this little dip right here. You guys didn't like whenever I was doing the announcements. So I learned from that. But pretty much what I want to say is, whenever you are doing gig logs, the first thing that you want to do is you want to look at your analytics and look at the retention and look how people are reacting to your video. So that way on your next video, you can capitalize off of it. So this is one of the things that I want to let you guys know as you guys are making your videos. You just don't want to put videos out and not look at it. No, you want to put the video out, see how it does by looking at the analytics. The analytics will tell you where people are skipping. They will tell you what parts are good and what parts are bad. Cut out all the bad parts. You want that curve to be as smooth as possible. All right. So you want the curve to look something like this. All right. So on my last on my on my on this podcast. Oh, hold on. This is what the is this one? This is the better curve. Still, oh, you can't see that. This is the better curve here. All right. Better curve. All right, better than the last one. It wasn't a steep drop, but this right here better than the one I just showed you. All right. Let me see about this one right here. That one doesn't have it. This right here is a better curve too. All right. See the first episode? See how it's gradual? That's what you want. All right. Yes, you will have your first drop off in the first 30 seconds, but after that, it will kind of, you want this line to be straight across. So that's what I wanted to show you guys about that. Any questions about that? Anything else that you want me to show you while we're on the YouTube subject? DJ Espresso says, I'm a DJ, need to watch the whole thing, even pay attention. I even pay attention to the, yep. Yes. So, like I said, like you guys is in this chat right now, y'all are outliers because y'all are diehards. You guys get it. But, for the most part, the other 10,000, 3,000, 2,300, and, some odd people, they don't get the value. All right. But I just want to show you that so that way you know what the norm is, you know what to look out for as far as what this YouTube looks like from a creator. But getting still, I'm only I'm not even 5,000 subscribers in. Just imagine when I get to 10K, all right, or 20K. So the road is up. The road is looking up. And another thing too, I'm showing you guys so that way you guys can see what I'm doing and you guys can join the ride, because not a lot of DJs is showing DJs how to get to this path, how to get monetized on YouTube, how to sustain, how to make money on YouTube. Y'all know me. I'm transparent. I'm all about the business. I'm all about showing y'all what you guys need to better your business, how to make money in your business, and all this is all 360. If you haven't noticed, look at how my ecosystem is set up. Look at my Instagram. Look at my link in bio. Look at my courses. Look at all the products that I have. Look at my YouTube. Look at my podcast. Look at everything that is all set up. Look at the channel membership. Look how everything is all set up. It's all intentional. And I'm giving you all the sauce so that way you guys can duplicate this. And, I'm transparent, but I know every DJ is not going to tell you guys this, but I want you guys to succeed, because why gatekeep? Why, hold all this, in? Like, no, I want you guys to succeed. I want to be in your groups. I want to be in your guys' community and, see you guys succeed. So just want to show you guys the secret sauce. Yeah, like I said, I'm uploading a mix right now. My first video. You inspired me to get started on YouTube. Only 2 subscribers. Hey, everyone started with 2 subscribers. I started with 2 subscribers. I did. And to be honest, I didn't even look at this. Let's go back to I'm coming up on a year. So look at this. Let's go to 2025. Look, let me zoom in a little bit. Look at this. I didn't start uploading on YouTube till almost a year ago. Like, look, everything was dormant. But then right here, that's when everything started, picking up. So, like I said, I didn't get monetized until like August 20th, actually August 21st. So, but everything I'm showing you, I just showed you. I started uploading those mixes in August. Well, like the end of July time frame. By August 21st, in 30 days, I was monetized. So I'm showing you guys this because I did it. And I want to show you guys the same thing. So all last year, I made $500 all last year on YouTube. But you got to start somewhere. So all last year, I had, 250,000 views, 17K watch time, 2,000 subscribers, and $500. All right. Now look at 2026. 2026. We're closing in on 400K views. All right. 18,000 watch hours, 2,000 subscribers. So pretty much the subscribers that I had on the first, well, from August from August to December 2025 is the same amount of subscribers that I've gotten for the first part of 2025. But the revenue has tripled. So I just want to let you know you're gonna start from somewhere. All right. And it starts now. It starts here. So shout out to DJ Epics. Upload that first video. Like I said, stay the course. R&B videos. That's all you need. R&B videos. Do 2 a week. They're gonna catch fire. When they catch fire, you're gonna those 2 subs. You're gonna quickly come up to 1,000, and after that, you're golden. All right. So, but you gotta be consistent. Yeah, Espresso has 9 subscribers. 2 of them are my kids. Hey, it's all good, man. But the thing is, like, the only way that you're gonna get subscribers is by you uploading. So, and if y'all too, man, like, you can, and really, to be honest, like, subscribers don't even really matter, because subscribers don't matter for this reason right here. Well, subscribers matter as far as the monetization, but after you monetize, it kind of goes out the window, because subscribers does not subscribers and views on your video does not correlate each other. You can get 2,000 views, 3,000 views, 5,000 views on a video with less than 100 followers, or a very low subscriber count. All right, and I'm gonna prove it to you right now. All right, so let's say, for example, we're gonna go to um, we're gonna go to uh, we're gonna go to this video right here. All right, this right here is my podcast video. All right, podcast. Y'all know I just started a podcast not too long ago. All right, this podcast has 6,000, 6.5 views. All right, remember, I only have 4,000 followers. I don't have 6,000 followers. So tell me how this many people are watching my content. All right. Also, too, look at this. If you go to audience, you go to audience, and then you go to where we at, where we at, where we at, where we at? Look at this. Audience. Look at watch time from subscribers and not subscribers. 75% of that 6,000 people that has watched my views came from people who are not subscribed. Subscribe does not matter. Only 25% of people that are subscribed to my page are actually watching my videos. All right. We're actually watching this video. Now, let's look at this. Let's go into all of my videos. So if I go here, go to content, and go to actually go to analytics and go to audience. All right. This right here is let's go for 2020. Actually, let's go to lifetime. All right. Lifetime. So the lifetime of my YouTube channel. Okay. Lifetime of a YouTube channel. Watch this. Lifetime. Look at the curve. All right. We didn't start getting action until this time here. All right. So now if we go down to watch time from subscribers, all of my 86% came from people that not subscribed. Only 13% is from people subscribed. So 13% of people that are subscribed are watching my views. So that means 1 in every 10 people, 1 in every subscribers are watching my videos. So that means that 13% of my people, 13% of my subscribers are watching my videos. The other 86% are people that are not subscribed, which is why I say subscribers does not matter. So even if you have 2 subscribers, 3 subscribers, 100 subscribers, it don't matter, because your subscribers are not who are watching your videos. Your non-subscribers is. So that's what I wanted to express to you guys and kind of show you guys, but let you guys know that you guys are the exception. I know you guys are watching my shit all the way through, but the majority, the masses, the other 80. So you guys are part of the 13%. You guys are the 13%. The 86% is the people that are, just highlighting the good parts. So, any questions about that? Y'all good? Any questions about that? Questions. Man, well, I appreciate y'all, man. We've been on here 4 hours and 55 minutes. Good live. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. What I'm going to do is thank you. Appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and eat. I smell the food. The wife down there cooking. So I'm going to go ahead and eat. And then probably I will start working on the video for the next gigalog, and I'll kind of show you guys a preview of that. All right, since you guys are here, show you a preview of the gigalog. Give you a little treat before we roll out. So if you don't know, I use Final Cut Pro to edit my joints. So I'm gonna show you where we are right now as far as editing. Kind of give you guys a little preview of what to expect. Hey, trust me, Steve, it's enough follows to go around. There's enough follows to go around. All right. So this right here is where we at right now. So let's see. What's a good teaser for you guys? A good teaser. Actually, here, let me go straight here. Let me go. So like I said, this right. So right now, as far as footage, so when I first started editing this, it was like 9 hours. Now I'm down to 6 hours and 42 minutes. I still got some editing to do to cut everything down, but it's looking like about 2 hours at least. All right. So so how this is going to be set up. So on day one, I go to the video. All right. And then we go set up. All right. And this place is huge. Okay. So you see me set up everything on a cart. All right. So day one is me setting up. Okay. So day one is me setting up. All right. And then day two, this right here is day two. So day two, we're here. Everything is all set up. Here, let me play a little bit for you guys. Let me find a good spot. Let me find a good spot. Let me find a good spot to play. All right. So I still got to do my voiceovers, but this is what it's gonna look like. All right. It's gonna be my entrance right over there. Here we go. There we go. So this is me just coming into the venue, everything set up, ready to go time. You can see that right now. All right, so this right here is what I'm explaining what's going on. Started, the time is 4:57, 3 minutes. I already got music going. This is the vibe right now. Play house music until everyone come in. This is in the background. This is where we're going to end the night at. So that you can see that right now. So now everyone is going to be coming in through that door right back there, and they're going to flow in this way. So here we are on the stage. Because I feel bad because I'm actually using waveforms, but it's all good. We're still rocking. So this right here is, so I'm gonna let you know how the ambiance is about this little gig log. So this is what the ambiance like, and in the in the gig log, I'll probably like chop this up. This is pretty much how it's going to plan out, but I just want to show you guys this so that way you guys get the ambiance of what the gig log looks like. Yeah. So, and obviously y'all gonna know I'm going to do my voiceover how I always do, but that's how I'm laying everything out. So that's what that's gonna look like. And then I actually go from that side and I walk over to the other side, and then they give away a Tesla. And this is me on this, and this part I still got to edit, but then we go over here, and then this is like the whole. I'm not gonna play this because I don't want this live to get demonetized. But this is gonna be like, you know, so pretty much I start DJing, and pretty much, yeah, this is how everything looks. So actually, I'm gonna mute this. I'm gonna mute this so that way I want to show it to you so that way you guys can see how everything looks. But it's pretty dope right here. So it's gonna be something like that. Yeah, it's pretty dope. So I still gotta do some editing, put everything together, and then obviously, you know, we got the loadout and everything. So, but yeah. So I just want to show y'all that. So what y'all think about that? What y'all think, man? So that, yeah. So I used, yeah. So I used their sound system. So pretty much, but I had to set up in two spots. I had to set up over there with a flag at. So I had the SRT 1000, and then over here on the other side, I had the Rev 7. So my setup. So I was set up in two different spots. So, but the good thing is, like, I didn't have to bring my equipment because, you know, I don't have equipment for 1,000 people. But working with big corporate gigs like this, they already have contractors. So this is why I tell you guys, by you guys watching this, and someone's gonna say, "Hey, I need you to do a gala. It's gonna be like 1,000 people." One of the questions that you should ask is, because you probably don't have speakers for 1,000 people, you should ask, "Hey, what does the sound system look like?" Because you need to clarify: do you need to bring 1,000 speakers for 1,000 people, or you need to find out, hey, are there other vendors that are you going to have an audio visual contractors to take care of that? These are questions that you're going to know to ask because you've seen my gig log. So this is gonna be like the difference between you taking a huge gig and not. If you know the right question to ask. And this is part of why I'm showing these things, so that way, if a huge gig falls into your lap, you don't just turn it down. You know the question to ask, so that way you can first look professional, and also two, so that way you know what you need to charge for a gig like this. Because let's say, for example, oh yeah, we're not bringing we don't have like an audio visual guy. So now you can be like, well, I need to figure out how much it costs to you to subcontract, you know, an audio guy, because you may know an audio person in your city or state that does big events. There are people out there. There are people DJ just like you and I. They don't want to DJ. They just have the equipment, and we rent the equipment for them. They come and set it up just like how Epics had. I mean, Epic was using his equipment, but same thing. Someone else bring the equipment, you roll up, plug in, and then whenever you're done, you disconnect and you roll out. Somebody else is there. But this is the questions that you can ask, and this is how you, by you seeing this and by you knowing, oh, I don't have to bring my own stuff. This is information for you as a DJ to know. Okay, if I ever get an opportunity or ever are in a conversation in a room with a gig like this, you know what question you need to ask. Do I need to bring equipment, or you contract to someone? You know, things like that. How many setups? What are you gonna need for me to do? I'm gonna have to MC, or are you gonna have an MC? You know, these are questions that you need to ask, because those questions are on dictate what you charge them. So I don't want to go off too much, but just want to kind of give you guys some sauce and kind of give you guys what to know to look out for. All right. So when you do an event like this, how you charge them? Yes, I just explained how you charge them. So damn, I need to be there to get. Yeah. So I'm not, but the way this program, what this company was set up was, they're like a nonprofit. So they do these big galas to where they go there to raise money, and then they raise money so that way they can give away money and trips and cars and things like that, because they're nonprofit. So, but part of their budget, they raise money so that way they can put on these big events for a bigger cause. You know, they have a budget for DJ and things like that. So, yes, this is how you find out how to charge them, by watching my gig log, by finding out what goes into these gigs. So that way, whenever you get the opportunity, you can speak like you know what you're doing. Even though this is your first one, you already know, because I've shown you what a gig log looks like, what to, what to charge. You know, this gig log right here, $5,000 was the pay for this. So, but I'd be stupid to charge them 1,000. You'd be stupid to charge, $500 for this. You'd be stupid. You'd be stupid. You would be stupid to be like, hey, can you charge? I mean, can you guys do this? Yeah, I do 500. You'd be stupid. You'd be stupid. That's all I can say. You'd be stupid. But you don't know what you don't know. So I'm showing you this so that way you know, okay, a big event like this, they have a budget for this. So don't cut yourself short. This is where I am entering myself into you guys' live to show you guys what is possible. So that way, whenever you see a big event, you already know, okay, DJ is probably getting somewhere around 2 to 3K for this event. You knowing that, that's where you're going to start your negotiating, or that's going to be your first number. Just jumping in. All right, it's going to be around 3,000, but we're going to talk. I'm going to have to go to the venue, kind of see what else is, we'll have to schedule a meeting at that point. And then you start negotiating. Okay, that 3,000 now turns to 3,500, and now turns to 4,000. All right. Because whenever I first got this gig, my first thought was like, okay, 3,000, 3,500. But I was selling myself short until I got into it and I started finding out, oh, they're going to need me to set up at 2 different spots. Oh, I have to do 2 different setups. Oh, I'm going to have to make some announcements. Okay. Yeah. 3,500 not going to cut it. And I was there for like 2.5 days. So I had to be there to set up the 2 days prior, multiple times back and forth, equipment. So all that is your time. And I'm showing all that into this video. So it's not just showing up and plugging in, doing a gig. No, I was there a day prior, set up equipment, yes, even though I was done with my piece, I couldn't leave because I still need to do sound check and you wait on other people. Time is money. You are compensated for your time, because just like those other contractors, those caterers, those bartenders, best believe they are getting paid too. So DJs, you should be being paid just as good. So I just want to kind of show you guys this. And this is why, being dead horse, this is why I'm showing you guys these gig logs. This is why they are so expensive, because they are so long. But I'm showing you so that way you have the blueprint. So that way, whenever you are in the room doing these gigs, you know what to expect. You know what goes on. You know what you should be charging right off rip. Not no $500 joints. No. All right. And my courses, with the blueprint and the social media marketing masterclass, this is how you get into those rooms. All right. Because whenever they reach out, what are you going to do? You got your one time to give your elevator pitch or whatever you want to call it. You don't want to fumble it. So this is where the courses come in. All right. And if, like I said before, if you want my courses, the easiest way to become that, to get the courses, it become a max supporter channel member on my channel. $30 a month. Watch it for, I mean, you can literally binge the whole course in one day, 12 hours, 52 videos, everything that you need. But, you know, cancel after 30 days, whatever. But if not, the information is right here. And also too, yeah, you know, you have the community. You can continue to watch the videos for everyone else, so that way it can help you. So that's my thing. DJ Rookie says, I usually watch the whole video. Like I said, man, you guys are the outliers. DJ Wins, what's up? I see you. DJ Steve said I had to get rid I had to get my brother because he was undercutting. But yep, so hey, that's how it happens. Yep. And that's how it happens, man. But you know, cut the fat. But when if you get to a certain point, undercutting doesn't even matter, man, because people are gonna want you for you. And this is how, and this is what I'm bringing to the table. This is why I'll put out those courses. I put these gig laws together so that way you can understand what goes on. Because at a certain point, you know, no one's gonna undercut you. You're gonna be in your own lane, and this is how you make your own lane. So that's that. So what up, y'all, man? I'm gonna call it here. I appreciate you for tuning in. Appreciate everybody for staying with me. I mean, we're over 5 hours, 11 minutes. Crazy, crazy live, but hopefully you guys got some value out of this. I feel sorry for all the people that's gonna come behind me and watch this. I doubt people will watch this whole live, but if you guys have been with me for all this time, you saw that you got a lot of value out of this. And but yeah, if you guys got any questions, hit me up. I put the link in the chat already for the for the uh for the for the podcast. I'm gonna put it again right here. Watch all the podcast episodes. That you can also work with me on that same website there. You can watch the podcasts. You can listen to the podcasts. You can also submit your question. All that is right there in the website, DJ Business Podcast. That's my new hub. I appreciate you, Steve. Appreciate you, Steve. Yeah, man. Appreciate you all, you guys, man. He is not street smart. Yeah, he's not. Yeah. Hey, some people, they're not built for it, man. But you are here, so you're learning everything straight from a good teacher who has your best interest in mind. So I'm here to teach, 100% transparent, and it's all right here. So, all right, guys. I'm gonna say this on the chat because I don't want to have you waiting 30 seconds after I say it. I appreciate every single one of you guys for being here. Thank you for joining. Catch me on the live. Hit the links if you want to add everything to the if you want to add your question to the podcast, or get a hold of me or work with me. All that is in the link that I just put there. But until next time, I'll see you guys on the next one.